What is up, guys? It's Bodastic Squirrel here, and today we are going to rank every single main mission in Grand Theft Auto 5. One of my personal favorite games of all time. Probably next to Red Dead Redemption 2. Very coincidentally, they're both Rockstar games, but yeah. I do have another favorite game that's not a Rockstar game, but if I told everybody, you'd be like, it's stupid. It's Plants vs. Zombies. I love Plants vs. Zombies. It's great. But today we're going to be ranking every single main mission, in Grand Theft Auto 5, starting with Prologue. Now, I have my little rank here. You know, my little giant multi-colored pen. Remember these bad boys? All right. So we'll start with Prologue. I mean, it's an introductory mission. It basically teaches you how to play the game, in a way. I mean, it introduces Michael to Santa, it introduces Trevor, Brad. I mean, it immediately kills off Brad, but it introduces them all. And starts out Michael in the bank, wanting to rob the bank with Brad and Trevor. We have to put some hostages in a room. And then we move on to the vault. First of all, we blow up the vault. And then we move on to the vault. And then we take the money. It's about maybe 170-something K. I can't quite recall. Something simple, something small, easily you'd be able to get in GTA Online. I mean, you get the money, you get out, take cover. It's just an introductory mission. That's all it is. It just teaches you how to, which buttons are what, right? Like right bumper's crouch, the left stick is move, right stick is camera view, A is jump, A is run, X is jump, B is punch, Y is get in the vehicle, all that good stuff. It's basically an introductory mission, and it's a good introductory mission. It introduces Trevor, Brad, kind of, Michael, mostly Michael. And then it shows him once we get out of the bank shooting, we get into a getaway car, we zoom, we get hit by a train. Brad gets shot, Michael gets shot, which was planned, by the way. Brad getting shot was not planned. Trevor was supposed to be the one to get shot, but Brad got in the way. Dark Viper AU goes so in depth in this, it's not even funny. But whew! Prologue has so much in it. But it's still not the best mission in the whole game, I think. I mean, yeah, it shows Michael faked his death. He goes to a shrink. He talks about, Jimmy and what life he could have lived and how he's not happy and yada, yada, yada. But that's just, okay. I mean, I get it. I get Michael. But, the mission itself isn't very fantastic, in my opinion. I would probably put it in B tier, just because it's an introductory mission. That's pretty much all it is. So, I mean, what else can I say? I mean, it's an introductory mission to one of the main characters to the game. And then he fakes his death, and that's how the game starts. It just shows that he faked his death, and that's why he's in Los Santos now. Oh. Alright, now the mission, Franklin and Lamar. Alright, Franklin and Lamar. That one, God, I'm not a big fan of that one, really, at all. I'm not a fan of Franklin and Lamar. Just because all you do... Yes, it introduces Franklin and Lamar, and technically that is the only mission ever where Lamar and Michael have spoken. They didn't know who they were, but they spoke. The only reason Michael knows who Lamar is because of Franklin later in Lamar Down, which we will talk about in an hour. Oh, so Franklin and Lamar, all you do is steal some cars for Simeon. This shady motherfucking dealer shit, man. I mean, you pick between the red one and the white one. I'm always going to choose the white one because it's the Audi. And I like Iron Man's car. It looks cool when he's driving it, okay? And I pick the Audi, you have room, you just, they have some friendly banter throughout the city as they're racing, and you got to bring it back to the dealership. Before you do that, you get some cops. And it's basically an introduction. It's another introduction mission on how the cop system works, in a way, is what I think it is. So it basically introduces you to actually driving in the city, and then it introduces you to, like, the cop system, the police system, the star system, however you want to call it. But I don't know. I still, it's not the best. It's not the best. I'm going to put it in D tier. It's eh. I mean, it's all right. It's not the best. I mean, if it was all right, I'd not put it in D tier. But I'm just not a fan of it. I'm really not. Franklin Lamar is just one of those starter missions that gets you in the groove of Grand Theft Auto. Now, Repossession, on the other hand, is a slightly more interesting, because you have to steal a motorcycle. No, that doesn't sound that very interesting. It's not. It's not very interesting at all. I mean, Simeon pretty much tells you how to do it. I mean, you just sneak in, you go to Vespucci Beach, sneak into one of the Vagos hood areas, and then just snoop around in some garages until you get caught by one of the Vagos, and then you have a big fat shootout by Esteban Jimenez. So, I mean, I think it's cool that you can shoot the propane tank. I think it's really neat how you can shoot the guy off the bike before he takes off, so you don't have a whole 10-minute freaking car chase trying to shoot him down. So if you're quick enough, you can shoot him off the bike. So, I don't know, man. I'd probably put it... I don't know. I think I'd have to put it in D tier 2. It's really not amazing. Repossession really isn't much. But I will say we'll kick it up a notch and kick it up a chop. That was horrible. So the mission chop. I like the mission chop. Only because of the sole fact you get to become Chop for about 5 seconds. That's it. So, like, really, I mean, what are you going to do? But Chop is really cool because you get to become Chop, and then, honestly, that's really about it. You go talk to one of the ballas. He screws off on his Batty 801. You got to chase him in a white van. If you know how to use Franklin's power, you cut off right before he turns right, and you'd hit a different block than he does, and you just zoom down straight. And then he'd hit a left, and you got to make sure not to hit him as he turns that way. But all in all, it's just, all I can remember from Chop is that you get to become Chop. I mean, obviously, I can remember the whole mission. Starts out with D on the Batty 801. And then he screws off. Got to chase him in the van. Then he gets hit by a bus. Then he has to run. Then we have to run. Then we catch him. Sorta. Without some Chop antics. I mean, Chop kind of gets distracted by another dog. A male dog. But he gets distracted. And either A, you could shoot him to prevent the distraction, or B, just let him do his thing and you can pull him off the other dog. But Chop, all in all, I just... not a fan. Not a big fat fan of Chop. I'd probably put it in C tier. It's mid. It's not bad, but it's not good either. You know, you get to become Chop for about 5 seconds. That's pretty cool. C for Chop. C tier. All right. Complications. Complications. All right. That's the one. That's the one where we gotta... Woo! That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting one because we have to sneak into Michael DeSantis' house as Franklin to steal a BJ XL. I think that's what it is called. BJ XL? Or is it just called the BJ? Classic rockstar fashion. But that is what the car is called. It's called the BJ. But, yeah, I mean, we sneak into Michael's house as Franklin. And we have to sneak all the way past Jimmy, Tracy, Amanda, and the tennis coach. Foreshadowing, by the way. We gotta sneak past them, go into the garage. But if you're vigilant and not vigilant, if you're what's the word I'm looking for? If you're aware of your surroundings, if you look in the back seat of the VJ, you will see a red blanket. Now, obviously, we know later on in the mission, we know who is under the red blanket. But how would he know to be under said blanket if he didn't know that the car would be fucked with? You know what I mean? So, how would he know to be under the blanket and wait on somebody to steal the car? How would he know the car would be stolen to be under the blanket? Is what I'm saying. But then once we steal the car, we get out of there. Michael pops up out of that blanket, points a gun at Franklin and says, "Hey, who you working for?" And Franklin's like, "Simeon Yetarian, a dealership dog by the name of Simeon Yetarian." And then Michael's like, "Crash through that window. Crash through that window." And then Franklin's like, "Okay." Crash through the window. Michael and Simeon have a little fist fight. You know, good times, good times. And then, yeah, I mean, that's the mission. That's complications. You're unlocking Michael. That's the highlight of the mission. I mean, you're unlocking Michael. It's another character. But that is one of the main plots of the whole story, in a way. So, I'd probably put complications... Oh, excuse me. No way! Did you guys freaking see that? No way, dude. I turned it off. Anyway, complications, man. Man, complications would probably go in C tier. I can't go any higher than C tier because it's just not... It's not that interesting, really. I mean, yeah, you got to sneak through the house. Maybe this is just because I've played the game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But it's just not that... It's not that great, in my opinion. It's not that amazing. You got to sneak through the house as Franklin, steal that car, go crash through a window, then you have a fight as Michael. And then you unlock Michael. That's about it. So I can't do it any more than wait a minute. I can't rate complications any higher than C tier. Another C mission in C tier. I don't know, man. Complications just isn't that extravagant to me. Yes, I like the fact that we can unlock Michael, but C tier is as high as I can go. Complications. Alright, now I gotta freaking wait on the game to start back up because I'm on the old Xbox One. Look at that. You see? Everybody knows who's ever played on Xbox One knows if you go more than 5 inches closer to this light, it's over. It's done with. And don't even have little siblings or freaking kids or anything, because they will get close to it and shut it off. Hey son, look at this cool game I got. Look at this cool Spyro game I got. Look at this cool Dragon game I got. Whoa, Dad, that's so cool. Gets close to the TV and shuts out the Xbox. The whole game's off now. That's about it. God, I can't wait for the Court Center heist. July 14th, man. It's going to be great. It's either going to be the second or the last heist. Which, what do you guys think? Put down in the comments or chat or whatever what you think. If you think Mr. Faber's going to show up and be evil. Although we already did see that TGG preview video that we saw that Mr. Faber, that we're actually going to be helping Mr. Faber. So, pretty excited for that. I bought the mansion closest to the court center back when they first came out. Pretty good. Pretty good. I love it. I love the mansion. I love the fact that you can access all your businesses from the terminal. I love that terminal, man. It comes in handy. I can control all of my businesses. Oh, that thing is great. You need to hurry up. I hate the old consoles, man. One reason I'm not on my Series X over there is because it's over there on my gaming setup. Check out my gaming setup while it's loading. Check that out. There's my Series X. It's over there. I just don't want to use it. Oh, this thing needs to hurry up. Come on. Oh, good thing we're not on this guy. Good thing we're not on this guy waiting for the mission list. We'd be waiting for 15 minutes. Oh. Yes, I still have my old Xbox 360. I love it. I love playing old Red Dead Redemption and GTA on the 360. I will still play the different versions of GTA. Just because the sole fact has different songs and different dialogue and different clothing and stuff. Like, some things didn't come in the first version and it did in the second version. Like the guy's face on Mount Chiliad before they replaced it with the dick chicken. Or the cock, I guess you could say. What is taking so long? It's story mode. Trevor in a dress. It's Trevor in a dress on a mountain, isn't it? Ice pop. Pop cock. Fuck! Anyway. Where were we? Complications. Did I even rake it? I did. I put it in the C tier. Alright, next one. Father-son. That's the one where Jimmy sells the yacht. My boat. My boat. I love quoting that to my dad all the time. It's fucking great. Because he has a boat. It's amazing. Oh. But, of course, I won't sell it at the fucking gangbangers and, of course, not get the money for it. But, that's not the point. Father-son. 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 Alright, that starts out with Franklin meeting up with Michael. And then they want to go out to a bar. Then Jimmy calls him, talking about your boat. I know you didn't want it sold, but I'm hiding in the head. Yada, yada, yada. So then we have to go after him, get the yacht. The most scripted traffic you have ever seen in a video game is in the mission Father-son. Oh my god, dude. That freaking mission is so scripted with its traffic, it is not even funny. Yeah. Oh man, dude. It's like, you can't even shoot the guy that Franklin's entangled with until the game lets you, because you just can't. I mean, I don't know, they didn't code it so. So, like, you gotta wait. And then when Franklin's done entangling with that guy and he throws him off the yacht, it hits your car. And if you're not fast enough to dodge it, that's when your hood starts smoking. Not when the yacht fucks off. Your car starts smoking as soon as the dude gets thrown at you. So that's pretty interesting. And then, I mean, it still drives like normal. It still goes like normal. But, I'm not a big fan. I mean, if you have a mission where every time you do a mission replay, the exact same car spawns in the exact same spot with the exact same color with the exact same black stripe. Yes, I'm talking about the yellow gauntlet on the back of the flatbed when it falls over when you're driving past, when you're driving towards it, when you're driving towards the yacht. That's what I'm talking about. But, God, at least give it some variety. Like, if I do a mission of replay, you could make it like gold or black or green or something instead of yellow every time. That's how you know it's scripted. That's how you know it's scripted. So, I mean, you get like a free 5K from Michael for Franklin if you don't choose to upgrade the car the right way. I mean, it's free. To repair the car is free. So, like, there's no point. You can keep the money as Franklin. So, father-son, it's D tier. I'm not a fan of father-son. I'm really not a fan of father-son. I gotta put it in D tier. Yeah. All right, the long stretch. All right, this one's interesting, actually. This one has to do with Franklin and the Ballas. Oh, so you remember the Balla we kidnapped in the Mission Chop and we shoved in Lamar's van, then we had to let go because Lamar called the ransom on his own cell phone. Lamar did. Really? Dude. Ugh. So you had to let him out. That's in the Mission Chop. Now in the long stretch, D comes back, sets us all up, makes it seem like it's in an intervention with the cops. I could be getting this totally wrong. I think Dark Viper does a whole in-depth video about it. But what I understand, to this day, I still get confused when that scene happens because there's just so much going on. I mean, you got like Stretch arguing with D, and then you got like Lamar and Franklin talking about wait, what's going on? And then you got the Ballas rolling up in the van, and then they all thought it was some like cop intervention, like talk show shit or something. And then all hell broke loose. I mean, Stretch had no idea what's going on. When they kidnapped D, that happened before Stretch got out. So Stretch has no idea what's going on. That's why Stretch popped D. Oh. There's so much lore just in that one mission. It's wild. But what's funny is it's still not one of my favorites. I do not like Stretch. I mean, who does? That's one of the introduction missions to one of the main antagonists, if you can even call him an antagonist. But I'm just not very keen on Stretch. Not a fan. The long stretch, all in all, you go to a recycling plant. It's a whole setup with a gangbang. And then you start shooting up some ballas. You get out as the fire starts starting in the hay or whatever it was. And then you get in and shoot out with the cops, and you gotta lose the cops. I mean, the only thing I really hate about the mission is just Stretch. And then it's just a boring mission. It's not really boring because of the shootout. I don't know. I'd have to put it in C tier. I think that's what I'd put it in. I think I'd put it in C tier. It's mid. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It introduces one of the main antagonists. And, I mean, I can't do any better than C. So, marriage counseling. Oh, boy. Marriage counseling. I was wondering when to get to that. This is the one where we pulled the house off the hill as Franklin and Michael. So, it all starts out with Michael catching Amanda cheating. And, long story short, the whole game wouldn't even exist if Michael never caught Amanda cheating. If Michael never caught Amanda cheating, then he never had to pull the house off the hill. If he never pulled the house off the hill, then Martin Johnson never hit him with the bat. He never hit him with the bat. He never had to get the money. He never had to get the money. He never had to rob the jewel store. He never had to rob the jewel store. Then Trevor would have never caught wind. If Trevor never would have caught wind, then he would have been fine and coasting. So, that's a whole thing, man. Complications. It's marriage counseling. Marriage counseling. Woo! Depending how you start the mission, usually I like to start as Michael so I can see the full cutscene. You know, with like Tracy and Amanda arguing. You better watch your mouth, I'll call your father and he'll kick your ass. Oh, that line gets me every time. Because it's so faint and so small, you wouldn't normally hear it if you were just listening on like the TV. But if you had on headphones, you'd be able to hear it in the background. Which is pretty hilarious as fucking Phil Collins, I Don't Care Anymore, starts playing in the foreground. But that marriage counseling, man. I just realized I confused the start of marriage counseling with the start of father-son. That's how father-son starts, with Tracy and Amanda arguing. Marriage counseling starts with Michael trying to smoke a cigarette, and then he notices the two tennis rackets next to the door, and he was like, "You better not be. Not in my house." Oh. Which makes sense, because if you know the lore of Michael and Amanda, they have an arrangement, they're in an open relationship, they do whatever they want as long as it's not in the house. Apparently. To each their own, but whatever. Coolio. But I guess there still are some rules, so they still do apply. You know what I mean? So, not in the house. I guess that's it. That was the arrangement. That's why the tennis coach was like, "She said you had an arrangement, bro." You know? And then Michael and Franklin get in the gardener's truck, go up to Vinewood Hills, pull the house off the hill that they think is the tennis coach. They get back to Michael's house. Mr. Kingpin Martin Madrazo turns up. Turns out, that wasn't his house. Ah! Nice! Coolio! Fun! Oh, Martin Madrazo shows up with a baseball bat and all of his goons. And, all hell breaks loose. He, hits Michael with a baseball bat and says, "You better pay me to that house was probably in the 2.5 million range." So, and that causes Michael to do something else. So, I think I will put marriage counseling in A tier just because that is the whole point of the, not the whole point, but the start of the game. It's the rising action of the climax. It's the rising action to the climax, I guess. Which I guess the climax could be Bury the Hatchet in a way. I find the climax is Bury the Hatchet as Trevor finding out what happened to Brad, but there really is no climax to like Michael getting out. He just kind of stops doing jobs. But for marriage counseling, I'd put an A tier. All right, friend requests. I like friend requests. That one's pretty good. Oh man, that's where not Lester is first introduced. Technically, actually, would you count it a cutscene where Lester is introduced? I mean, technically, it's at the ending of marriage counseling, but only after you click continue after it says mission passed. But technically, another mission hasn't started yet after you get off the phone with Lester. So technically, his name is mentioned at the end of marriage counseling by Michael. Think that might work? But friend request, I don't remember what we were talking about. Friend request, I like it because you meet Lester. You physically meet Lester for the first time. You unlock clothing stores, finally. You get to go into the Life Invader office. And yeah, the mission plot is you have to clear NSFW stuff off of a programmer's computer. Now, I bet you're thinking, now, if he's a programmer, don't you think he would know not to do this at work on a work computer? Good point. Very good point. Like Ricky Lukens, why are you doing this stuff at work on your work computer? And if you're such a good programmer, how do you not know how to fix it? That's an easy fix. It's all just pop-up ads. It's literally all just pop-up ads. That's it. All Michael had to do was click them out and click on the antivirus. You had a virus? Dog. Seriously? Like really? You had a virus. Ricky Lukens, you're supposed to be the best of the best in the Life Invader office. Best. I do not like Ricky Lukens at all. I do like the mission. Because, Michael's playing as an IT guy. He has to sneak into the building. He plants the bomb. And then he goes home. And then we get to see Jay Norris get on live TV. Which is pretty neat, I think. So friend request, it's not extravagant, it's not great, but it's not that either. So I gotta put it in B tier. I think I might put it in B tier. Pen isn't working. My pen isn't working. What's happening to my pen? Okay, there it is. Friend request goes in B tier. The Good Husband. Oh boy, The Good Husband. I don't really hate, but I just dislike this mission so much. I go, ugh, every time Amanda calls me after friend request. I'm just not ecstatic. I mean, it's just about Amanda trying to steal from a jewel store. Just like Michael, but not exactly. Amanda's trying to steal from a jewel store, gets caught. Then we, as Michael, have to go get her out of the police car, or just steal the police car, whichever works. That's it. That's the mission. Then we get a whole bunch of scripted lines about Amanda yelling at Michael, "Hurry up! Hurry up! The cops are on us! Ah!" And then Michael's just like, "Relax. I know what I'm doing." And if you give it about 3 minutes to drive around, he'll say the same thing about 4 more times. I don't know, man. The Good Husband, F tier. I'm not. No. All right. Daddy's Little Girl. Okay. Not a fan of this one either, actually. I do not like Tracy. I really am not a fan of Tracy. Oh. It starts off with Jimmy being a loud motherfucker up gaming in his room, and Michael's just trying to watch some TV, and he goes up there talking about I can hear suck cock this, hermaphrodite that, and I'm just he smashes his TV. He smashes the TV. What the fuck? Oh. Smashes the TV. And then proceeds to say, "I'm sorry. Would you like to go out for a catch or a walk or something?" Which I find is kind of funny. Bike ride then. Walk. I have bad plans. Bike ride then. You want a bike ride? I'll show you a fucking bike ride. Let's go to Vespucci Beach and I'll show you just what you want to see. I got my old piss washer. It's piss washer. If piss washer was real, I'd drink it. Just because it's sulfax from GTA. I don't care if it tastes like piss. I'll drink it. That's way out of context. Do not take it out of context. Shut the fuck up. Shut your face. Daddy's Little Girl, man. Just not a fan. Bike race. We go down to Vespucci Beach. We do the bike race. It's very easy. We can win. Jimmy always chooses the cruiser. I mean, just choose the sports bike. I mean, come on. What are you doing? If you don't, then what? I mean, if you want a fair race, choose the cruiser too, and you can try to cruise with Jimmy. But you won't be able to do your thing like on an actual like mountain bike or something. But yeah, hop on the bike, race Jimmy, and get to the pier, and then the cutscene starts, and then Jimmy's like, "Why don't you stick your nose up Tracy's butt sometime?" Because Tracy doesn't sell my yacht to gangbangers. Tracy doesn't try to, yada yada yada. And then Jimmy's like, that's because she's too busy being fucked by dudes to get on television. You don't talk that way about your sister. I'm sorry, but it's true. Matter of fact, she's actually right out there on that boat. The one that makes yours look like a refugee raft. And then Michael proceeds to just take off his shirt. If you listen closely in headphones or whatever, you can hear the zipper zipping, and you can hear him taking off his clothes the right way. But if you look at him, all he did was just take off his shirt. That was it. He just took off his shirt. Yeah. He jumps in the water, swims after the yacht, fast as possible. If you spam A, you will lose some of your stamina, by the way. Gets to the yacht, throws a dude in the water, throws the radio in the water, grabs Tracy, gets on a jet ski, and fucks off. If you're fast enough, there's some bad guys that chase after you. If you're fast enough, you can shoot them. Tracy's like, go to that outlet. But if you're fast enough, you can just straight up shoot them and go under the dock and go to the left, and you'll meet Jimmy at the sand. So you're fine. So I gotta rate Daddy's Little Girl D. It's either C or D tier. It's not really that bad as I think it is. I think I'll put it in C tier. It's mid. It's not extravagant. Alright. Casing the jewel store. Pretty boring mission, not gonna lie. Pretty boring. Man. What can I say? You're just scouting a store out for the actual score. So Lester, you meet up with Lester as Michael. He gives you some glasses. You can take pictures of the vents, the keypad, the cameras. Then you got to go up to the roof and then take a picture of the vent so that later on Franklin can throw some gas grenades into it if you choose to do so. But that's it. I mean, that's the mission. You do all that, you go back to Lester's garment factory, and then you choose how you want to do the mission. Loud or quiet. Who you want to choose as your heist members. Don't choose Ricky Lukens, that's what I can say. But casing the jewel store, it's probably D tier, honestly. It's got to be D tier for me. All right, carbine rifles. Now, this one's interesting because this is a branched mission of the last mission if you decided to do it a certain way. Obviously, you see I chose to do it the loud way because I chose carbine rifles. But if you do it the quiet way, then we go to what we were referring to earlier with the gas grenades into the vent up on the roof. So if you choose to do it the quiet way, then you would have two setups. You would have to steal a Bugster's van, and you would have to steal some BZ grass grenades. Okay, cool. The Bugster's outfit, that's our disguise to get in, right? And then the gas grenades, that's so when we get on the roof, we can throw it in the vents and knock everybody out. And once everybody's knocked out, we go in with our outfits and rob the whole store. Break out the glass, steal all the jewels, and we're done. Simple as, right? So then we get out, we're done with that. We do successfully rob the store. But yeah, Michael has to be Michael. He just has to do his classic little movie clothes. He just had to say that little line that he said in prologue to the guard before Trevor shot him in the face. Just go ahead and say it. You forget 1,000 things every day, pal. Why don't you make sure this is one of them? Now, if you know which part of the game you're in, then you know which line I'm referring to. Because he only says pal once, but he does say forget 1,000 things every day. Make sure this is one of them. Twice in the game, but he only adds pal once. So that's how you know which is which. But, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was on carbine rifles. I just talked about the whole jewel store job. So I'm just going to lump them in together. Not really lump them in, but carbine rifles, I'm putting in D tier because it's literally just collecting guns. And then the jewel store job is the job I just explained. You know, you go in quietly or loudly. Loudly is with the carbine rifles. Loudly is carbine rifles. Quietly is the bugster's way. So, carbine rifles, because I don't have the BC gas grenades in the bugster's missions. I can't rate those. But, you know what? I have them in my brain. I know how they work. I know how they function. So, carbine rifles is going to go in C. BZ gas grenades is going to go in D, because I hate going after that freaking Humane Labs van. And the Bugster's equipment, I do find that pretty easy, but it can't go any higher than D, because obviously it still is boring. But the Bugster's van, or the Bugster's disguise, has to go in D tier too. Now, obviously, we just talked about the jewel store job. And if you know what happens at the end of the jewel store job, of which I just explained about the whole Michael and his movie quotes, up next is the mission Mr. Phillips. Butterfingers. Up next is the mission Mr. Phillips, where we properly introduce Trevor Phillips. Now, this introduction, everybody hated back in 2013, dude. They were just not loving it. I mean, to be fair, the very first time I ever played Grand Theft Auto 5, I was 5 years old. Not 5 years old. What the fuck did I just say? I was 12 years old. And first time I ever saw Trevor Phillips, I was not expecting that cutscene. I just got done with a big fat heist. I was like 12 years old in my room. Tiny TV. This exact same room, by the way. Tiny TV, way up here. It was about I don't know, this one's a 70-inch. So I'd say that was maybe a 20-inch. It was a 20-inch TV. One of those tiny ones about the size of a computer monitor, probably. Up there on the wall. That's what I used to play and beat GTA 5 for the very first time. But my point is, when I very first unlocked Trevor, I was not expecting that scene. I had no idea who Johnny Klebitz was, because I had never played GTA 4 before. That's a lie. I've never played The Lost and Damned before. I did play GTA 4 before GTA 5, but it was actual GTA 4, not The Lost and Damned or Valor Gay Tony. I had no idea about those games at the time. But, shit, what are we talking about? Trevor and Johnny Klebitz. Mr. Phillips. Yeah. So, Trevor ends up killing Johnny Klebitz, smashing his brain on the ground. Oopsie daisy. Oh, I just saw a freaking ghost and I gotta hear your crap. Oh, man. I love the way he references to Michael, though, as a ghost. That's pretty cool. I get it. I get what he's trying to say. But yeah, you come in, you immediately. I'm not gonna go into description. I'm just gonna skip about 5 seconds later. So you get as Trevor. You kill Johnny Klebitz immediately. Fucking shove his head into the ground, apparently. And get in the car with Ron and Wade. Truck with Ron and Wade. You go up to Grapeseed. You meet some of the Lost Embassy bikers. You have a little back and forth about how you just killed Johnny Klebitz, and now they're all in distraught or whatever. Then he falls into Stab City, one of the big biker hangouts of the area. Shoots up most of, if not the rest of the bikers. And then he fucks off to one of the Azteca's leaders, Ortega. And then he takes out Ortega, or if the player chooses to do so. Takes out Ortega, and then fucks off back to his trailer, and that's the mission. I mean, there's really nothing more I can say about it. It's just one of those character introduction missions. We got to shoot up some people with some shitty guns, and we got to kind of intimidate somebody more or less, and then that's it. That's it. Trevor just talks to Ron about Michael the whole time, pretty much. I mean, nothing extravagant. Mr. Phillips. C tier. I would say C tier. Yeah. All right, Trevor Phillips Industries. Oh, I know this one. And this mission I actually got done in 4 minutes and 19 seconds, even though the goal is 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Pretty cool. Got it done 11 seconds earlier than I should have. Oh, Trevor Phillips Industries. It starts out with Trevor meeting some Chinese contacts at the Yellow Jack Inn, and then the Chinese wants to see their mathematical operation. And once Trevor takes him to the lab, they have to shoot out with the Aztecas! Funsies! Yay! Extravagant! I love it! Everybody loves it! Everybody loves the Aztecas, even though we only saw them once. And by them, I mean him, and it was the leader, and if you chose to kill him... But in this case, for this example, let's say we don't choose to kill Ortega and Mr. Phillips. So, we take the Chinese to the lab. Then we shove the Chinese into an icebox. Because Trevor doesn't want him to see what's about to happen, I guess. Fun. Excuse me. And then a shootout ensues. Interesting. Pretty interesting. Because we meet Chef for the first time. We are. A big shootout against the Aztecas. Then we have to go downstairs after blowing up some of their phoenixes with the grenade launcher. Yes, that mission introduces grenade launchers for the first time too, which is pretty neat. And then we go downstairs, and then if you chose not to kill Ortega, then he'll show his face in the front door of the Ace Liquor shack, store, whatever. Then you can choose to, then you can kill him properly. That is, so if you didn't choose to kill him in the previous mission. But yeah, I mean, that's the mission. I mean, you just pick up some Chinese contacts, go to your lab, shoot up some Aztecas, and then get the Chinese out. Then they say that they don't know if they want to make a deal with you. Then they fuck off. Fun fact, the car that Mr. Chang and the translator get into is an O'Neill's car, and that's the reason why in the next few missions, in the next 2 missions, why we fuck around with the O'Neills. Because the Changs got into the O'Neill's car, and then they started talking business. So, that explains that. But now in our... No, I almost missed that one. Trevor Phillips Industries, I think, belongs... Not extravagant. That's not great. It's not amazing. I gotta put it in D tier. Just, it's not great. Alright, now Nervous Ron. Alright. Nervous Ron is also kind of a slower one. Kind of one I'm not a big fan of. I mean, it starts out with Trevor going into his trailer, finding his trailer trashed by the bikers, finding his impotent rage statue broken in half. And then he wants revenge on the bikers, so he goes to the gun store, buys a sniper, and then goes to the airstrip in Sandy Shores, and then sneakily, strategically, shoots the lights, some guards, some yada yada yada. Cool thing about that mission, though, God, it is so scripted. It is so scripted, it's not even funny, because the lights, the guards, the way Ron talks, the way the van arrives. You literally have to wait to shoot the guy when he gets out of the van and gets off the phone. Dude, I mean, it's nothing cool. It's nothing extravagant. I mean, it's alright. But, I don't know, man. Nervous Ron, you go there, you go sneakily. You go in there, shoot some bikers. You go into the plane because it has some guns in it, and we got to sell it to the gun runner, Oscar Guzman. My paper's getting blown away. Why is my paper getting blown away? Stop getting blown away, paper. Hey. Then we steal a plane, deliver it to Oscar Guzman, and then the latter half of the mission, flying the plane, is the boring part. The first half, where we got to shoot up everybody, is kind of not boring, but if you know what you're doing and you know where to shoot and you know where to look, it is kind of boring. So, once we get to deliver the guns to Oscar, we gotta race Ron back. There's no racing Ron. Trevor just straight up says, I'll kill you if you beat me, basically. So, like, I don't know, man. Nervous Ron, I think, also goes in D tier, man. I'm just not a big fan of it. Alright, now Crystal Maze. Now, this is the fun one. I like Crystal Maze. I do like Crystal Maze because it does start out with the Chinese again, with Mr. Chang and the translator. And, starts out with the deal going through because of the mission previously I discussed, not literally previously, but a couple missions ago. I think Trevor Phillips Industries, at the end, the Changs got into the car with the O'Neills, and that's why at the beginning of Crystal Maze, Trevor's talking to the Chinese, and the Chinese are like, we got another deal. We don't want you. And then Trevor basically spills his guts about how he's always wanted to be a gun runner, a drug dealer, and all that good stuff since he's been a little kid. And then he got pissed at the Chinese because they didn't give a fuck. And then he slammed Chang Jr.'s head against the pole. Then he gets really pissed and fucks off in his boaty, listening to Channel X. And then he goes to Grapeseed to the O'Neill's ranch. And he sits up on the hill and he says, how many brothers you got, you inbred freaks? I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to kill a lot of you and torch your cookhouse while I'm at it. He didn't say while I'm at it, but I can't remember the ending. Whatever. But I do like he gets up on the hill, he does that, and if you can properly, quietly snipe all of the guys on the balcony and the ones rolling the methylamine and the ones shooting at the bottles near the barn, then you should be good. Then you should be able to sneak in the back door, in maybe the front door if that's the way you choose, but I go in the back door. because you can pick them off one by one because there's a guy in the back room. You can pick them off in the back room, then go towards the kitchen, then go towards the left, pick off the guy in the living room, then go back towards the right towards the kitchen again, then go through everybody in the kitchen. But of course, once you get to the kitchen, everybody's in the kitchen. So it's going to be kind of hard to sneaky. So, ooh, owie. So you're going to have to, it's going to turn into a shootout. Kind of can't help it. But, what are you going to do? Then you do your shootout. You get down to the basement. You find a jerry can, and you use the jerry can to pour gas all throughout the house. And once you pour all the gas all throughout the house, you shoot the gas trail you made on the outside, and then it whoosh, 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 all that good stuff. And then house explodes, and Trevor walks away, all badassery. Away from the explosion. Gets on the four-wheeler and fucks off. All right. So I do like Crystal Maze. It's not the greatest ever, but I do like it. I don't know. I'm choosing between A or B tier because I really do like it, but it's not that great. I do like it though. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Yeah. Alright, now before I do the next mission, I have a little break. And because I'm live, I can't pause, so you're just going to have to bear with me. All right, we made it back. We're good. All right, now, Friends Reunited. Oh boy. Oh boy. Actually, in retrospect, oh boy. It's not very that interesting. It starts out with Trevor talking to Wade about where Michael DeSanta is. And gives him some fake news, and then eventually gives him some good news. He's about 45, has a wife. What's her name? Amanda? You're a fucking genius, you moron! Proceeds to punch Wade in the face. And then they go to Stab City, shoot up some more bikers, if not the rest of them of that chapter, in that area. And then they go to Los Santos. They look at the city, or Trevor really looks at the city. And then they go to Floyd's apartment, which is Wade's cousin. And Trevor just straight up takes over the apartment. Like, it's done for. Like, that apartment is going to turn into Trevor's trailer. But all in all, the mission itself is just not very... It's just not good, in my opinion. Friends Reunited gets probably a D tier. Because yes, it gives you lore. Actually, it goes in C tier. It's not bad, but it's not good either. I mostly like it because of the lore of the mission. And I like how Trevor gives an analogy / metaphor about how Trevor and Michael / Amanda all met. Which is kind of cool. About the troll thing. About Michelle and Trisha. I do like that. That was pretty cool. So for that, it goes in C tier. So Friends United goes in C tier. All right, Fame or Shame. Okay. This one's a little bit more interesting. Because this is the one where Trevor actually introduces himself to the family. Okay. So it starts out, depending on how you start the mission. I like to start it with Michael. So the mission starts out with Michael finding a bag of grass in the refrigerator. And obviously he knows it's Jimmy's. He calls Jimmy down, and then Jimmy calls him a name, and then he gets all pissed off, and yada, yada, yada. And then as soon as he starts getting all pissed off, Trevor walks through the door. And as soon as Trevor walks through the door, everything goes quiet. Everything's quiet. You know? Let me fix that. Trevor walks through the door. Tension. Tension everywhere. Tension all over the place. Tension all the way from the North Pole to the South Pole, dude. I'm telling you. Tension. Because they both clench their fists. Like they're ready to fight each other. Which I do think is kind of funny. Then Trevor starts asking about the family. Starts asking about Jimmy, Amanda, Tracy. Oh yeah, Tracy. Where's Tracy, Jim? She's trying out for TV. What? Fame or Shame? You know that skill/reality show she likes? Come on, you know she loves it. She can't dance. Michael! I know I botched the fuck out of that line, but you get the gist. If you played the game, you get it. But then Michael and Trevor get in the car. They go fuck off to the Maze Bank Arena to go see Tracy and to make sure she doesn't make an ass of herself. Then go get Tracy. We stand there for a second while we're on the stage watching her do her thing. Then we see Laszlo. Fucking Laszlo. I hate Laszlo with a burning passion. I love the real Laszlo Jones, the real Laszlo. But the GTA version, hate him. Hate him so much. It's not even funny. But, I had to remember where I was left off. They go to the Maze Bank Arena, they go down to the stage, they see Laszlo. Michael sees how much of an ass Tracy is making of herself, actually. And then on live TV. Actually, it's not live. Laszlo, if you watch an episode of Fame or Shame by yourself, later on in the mission, actually, Laszlo says that it's not live. So, he quite literally says, it's not live, it's not funny, I have no talent. So it's not live? I thought it was live. I genuinely thought this whole time it was airing live. I mean, obviously not in the game, but, you know, in the way the game works. You know what I mean? Obviously, in real time, we're not going to see the episode air as us. But characters will, I thought. But, I mean, makes sense. Michael and Trevor, they get Tracy to stop doing what she's doing, dancing a Rick James or something. And then, trying to remember. I keep saying, and then I'm just trying to remember. And, then Trevor and Michael steal an 18-wheeler. They chase after Laszlo in his little toy car Prius. And then, long story short, they trace him into the LS River. Trevor intimidates the fuck out of him. Love it. And we basically don't hear from Laszlo for a good, 20, almost 30 missions. Which is nice. And then that's pretty much it. That's the mission. We got to go get Tracy from Fame or Shame. And, yeah, we're going to get Tracy from Fame or Shame. We got to chase Laszlo into the LS River. Trevor intimidates him. And then Michael laughs. I love to laugh. I like this mission. I really do. I hate Laszlo, but I love the mission because of the chase scene. And once we get to him. So, Fame or Shame is probably going to go Either an A or B tier. I'm thinking A tier. I do like it. I do like it. All right, now Hotel Assassination. This one is a doozy. Not even a doozy. It's not even interesting at all. You're as Franklin. You meet up with Lester on the beach. He gives you a task. You have to go shoot somebody that'll bump up Lester's stocks. And then Lester gives you a new house for tax purposes. I mean, the only cool thing about that mission is the fact you get a new house. So, that's pretty much it. There's nothing much I can say about Hotel Assassination. I mean, you're just waiting a literal minute, for the guy to come out of the hotel so just you could snipe him or blow him up with the car. So, Hotel Assassination has to go in D tier for me. The only reason it's not F is because we get the house. Hotel Assassination. All right, the multi-target assassination. That one is kind of boring too, actually, because I mean, you just walk up to a payphone, and then Lester gives you some targets, and you have to take out like 4 or 5 targets within like 5 minutes. I mean, it's doable. It's easy. You use Franklin's power, you can get there within 2 seconds. Excuse me. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? You get a job from Lester from a payphone. You shoot a buff guy at the beach working out. You shoot a guy on a yacht. You shoot a guy cleaning a window on the Eclipse Towers, or Tinsel Towers, I think it is. Tinsel Towers. And then you have to shoot and or ram a guy in a Batty 801. That's it. You get $7,000 for it. I can't go any higher than D tier. I really can't. That's it. That's all you do. You're just killing some folks. I can't go any higher than D tier. All right, scouting the port. Scouting the port. I hate it. I loathe scouting the port so much. The very first time I ever played Grand Theft Auto, I was like 12 years old. Pretty sure I told this story already. I don't know. I could not figure out how to use those dock handlers for like an hour. It took me an hour to beat that mission as a 12-year-old, dude. I don't know if I was stupid or if it was the game mechanics or what. I couldn't figure it out, and I was on this console. I was on the old Xbox 360. This exact same Xbox 360, actually, is the same console I ever beat GTA on. Maybe 11 years ago by now. No, let's see. It was 9 years ago. 9 years ago. It was 9 years ago, the very first time I ever beat GTA. And now I've beat it over 60 times. Almost 70. I need to get a life. Oh, scouting the port. God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it more than celery. I will eat 3 stalks of celery before I play scouting the port 4 times in a row. Oh, not that that's even an option, but if it was, this would be a torture device. Oh, man, scouting the port, man. You start out as Trevor. You infiltrate Floyd's work, and you basically scope out a freighter ship that has a whole bunch of shipping containers on it. And Trevor's like, what's in those shipping containers? What's in those shipping containers? I want to know what's in the shipping containers. Tell me it's in the shipping containers. So Floyd's like, all right, fine. You got all those Merryweather guards guarding it, though, so, like, watch out. Merryweather? You mean that private sector of security that gets paid privately? And they privately do the government security work? Or they get paid by private rich people like Devin Weston, for instance, because he does own 11% of Merriweather with Don Percival. Fun fact. Oh god, I hate scouting port. I don't even remember what my point was. My point is just I hate it. The dock handlers suck. The whole moving of the shipping containers suck. I hate it. It's F tier. Scouting the port is F tier. Just straight up. I don't want it. Now we're going to go, a little bit more boring, are we? Mini sub. What is there to say about mini sub? You're literally just, it's right after scouting the port, and you have to set up for the Merriweather heist. You got to steal a yellow mini sub, so that way you can steal the government or the Chinese super weapon or whatever. It's a nothing burger. That's all it is. It's a nothing burger. That's all mini sub is. Should you choose to do it this way, the way I do it, I go down to the Palomino Highlands, down to the very bottom to the beach, and then I find the ropes and I shoot the ropes of the mini sub. Then I go swim rather than shoot a couple of guards and press the red button and dive in. I just do it quickly. They never even know I was there. They never even know I was gone. So, whatever. But mini sub, man, mini sub. Oh, it's a tie between D and F. It really is. Mini sub it's a nothing burger. I might just put it in an F tier. I mean, sure, you can listen to the radio in the sub, but F tier. It has to be F tier. I just Now, Dead Man Walking, on the other hand, that is an interesting one. Because, first of all, that gives the iconic line, Davey, how you doing? About as well as could be expected, but the news is not good. You know, type thing. And then, of course, you can do the blimp strat. You know, flying with the blimp, jump out, and, meet Dave, do the whole cutscene. But the mission is you meet up with Dave. He tells you to do a couple things. He needs you to find a guy that they think might be like an info to terrorist or something. I really can't remember what they think Ferdinand Karamov was, because I do know he wasn't an actual terrorist. I do know that. They were interrogating him for no reason. The only reason they thought he was a terrorist is because of his. Let's face it, they were just being racist. I mean, either A, they were being racist, or B, they genuinely thought that that he was actually working with that bearded dude that they had to shoot in Chumash later on and buy the book. We'll get to that in a little bit. In about 4 missions. But anyway, Dead Man Walking. Dave has Michael go. Dave knocks out Michael, so that way he can play dead and sneak into a morgue. I still don't know how that works, considering you are supposed to be a dad whenever you're in a morgue. But for video game purposes, we're just going to gloss by that. Man. Yeah, we get in, we wake up, we knock out some of the nurses, male nurses, mind you. And, yeah, we have our little sneaky sneak. We sneak through the morgue. We knock out a few guards. We do get caught, actually. Because we're supposed to find, like I said, Ferdinand Karamov. And it turns out toe tag was on some big black lady. Michael's words, not mine. So, yeah, so more or less mission fail-ish. So then we have to sneak back out of there. Then we get caught. Then we have a big shootout with the morgue people and the guards. And we have to grab our guns because, of course, they took them while we were dead. And we shoot out a window, jump out a window, and get out with a car. And that's Dead Man Walking. Oh, wait, no, that's still not Dead Man Walking. We have a meetup with Franklin, and he talks about Trevor. But that doesn't really have anything to do with Dead Man Walking anyway. But Dead Man Walking. I put it in the C tier. It's not bad, but it's not super good either. I'd put it in C tier. I do like the gtaV. How you doing? Everybody loves that, but that's not enough to bring it up. Just one iconic line, not enough to bring it up. So I'm putting it in C. All right. Oh, guys. Oh, boy. We made it. We made it to the most hated mission in the entire game. Did somebody say yoga? I hate it. I really hate it. I haven't met any GTA player that doesn't hate Did somebody say yoga. I hate Fabian. I hate Amanda. I hate Jimmy in that mission particularly. Oh, God. The only fun thing about the mission is Michael hallucinating about the aliens and the monkeys. Which, I have a question. Actually, I have a theory. A game theory. But I have a question. Aliens are real in Grand Theft Auto games. But I still like to think that whole experience was not real for Michael because he was drugged up and anesthetized. Anesthetized? Whatever! He was drugged. And he was tripping. And, I still like to think that whole alien and monkey experience was, like, fake. Because we never really see monkeys like that during the game. I mean, yeah, the masturbating monkeys during Fame or Shame, but that's about it. We never really see monkeys themselves. Except, oh god. The mission, Dang, what's that mission? Dang, I gotta look. I gotta do a little cheater. Monkey Business. How was I talking about monkeys and couldn't remember the name of said mission? Except in the mission Monkey Business. That's about the only time we see monkeys for real. Is in the mission Monkey Business. But God, I hate did somebody say yoga? Every GTA player hates that mission. I swear. It's so bad. I hate Fabian. I hate Amanda. Michael basically gets cucked. I mean, let's face it, he gets cucked. He really does. And he just accepts it. I mean, to be fair, there is a whole commercial about cuckolding on one of the radio stations, which I do think is kind of funny. Like 10, 12 years before that shit really got popular. Popular. But I do find that kind of funny, how that shit is in the game. And he does even himself admit that he's a cuck, a snob, and a fucking cliche. He says that himself. So he even himself knows that he's a cuck, which is kind of interesting. So it's like, Michael, why do you let yourself do this? Why do you let yourself get in these situations? I know you've got an arrangement, and I know you said not in the house. But, like, do you think you, like, can't not take Fabian or something? I mean, if you think that, just, like, hire Trevor. Just get Trevor to do it. If you think you can't take him, just get Trevor to do it. Trevor will literally do anything. Even if it's the most buff dude you've ever seen, he will fucking do something. Whether it's inappropriate or correct, he will probably do it. Trevor. But did somebody say yoga? Oh my god, it just sucks. Man, the only part I did like about it was the alien part where he was hallucinating. I still like to think he was actually hallucinating, but knowing that there is aliens in the lore, it's just like, eh. But, I don't know, did somebody say yoga? You already know where it's going. Fucking F tier. We all hate it. We never liked it. we have none in S tier, and we only have three. We have three in F tier. Either I'm super cynical, or I have no favorites in my most favorite game ever. Believe it or not, this is like one of my favorite games. Red Dead 2 is my favorite game. Most favorite game ever. Then GTA, then Red Dead 1. In my Rockstar list. I don't play other games. Three's Company. All right. Three's Company. That one's pretty cool. I really like Three's Company. It's not the greatest, but I do like it. That is where Franklin and Trevor meets for the first time, and we have to go get Ferdinand Karamov out of the IAA building for the FIB. We already discussed Ferdinand Karamov in Dead Man Walking, but we have to go get him out, the real Ferdinand Karamov, out of the IAA building because he's about to be debriefed with the 12-inch flashlight. That's not the reason why, but that was just very coincidental that we rescued him as that was about to happen. But, yeah, we kidnap him because the FIB thinks that he knows information, and they want to know what he told the IAA. So that's why we kidnap him. And what we do, we get in a helicopter with Trevor as Michael. Franklin goes and sits across a couple blocks on top of another building with a sniper rifle, looking at the IAA building. Then Trevor and Michael fly in. Michael rappels down. He's like, if you fuck around while I'm down here on this rope, I'll climb back up this rope and strangle you with it. Yeah. One of my favorite lines from that mission, by the way. Michael rappels down, shoots a couple people, grabs the guy. Franklin snipes a couple people. Then we have to shoot some more people because Trevor's like, we can't get out till you shoot all of them. I know you were a liability. And then we got to shoot some more people while Ferdinand is in our arm, shoot a couple people with the AP pistol, get repelled back up, and then we have a shootout with 3 buzzards and Trevor's Frogger. Now, if you're quick enough, you can take out 2 3 choppers with Franklin and leave the last one to Michael with his special power. But usually I just shoot 1 with Franklin and deal with the last 2 with Michael's power. I'm pretty sure sometimes a 4th one respawns, but I can't recall currently. But that's pretty much it. We get Ferdinand out of the IAA building. We get a helicopter chase. We get to shoot him down. And then we go and fly back to the FIB lot. Deliver him. I'd say that one's a solid A tier. I do like it. And I like how the mission is named after a show from like the olden days. That's nice. That's nice. All right. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy. Fucking Hood Safari. I love Hood Safari so much. It is great. Starts out with it depends on how you start the mission. If you start with Franklin, starts with Franklin walking up to the house, wanting to walk in there, and then Lamar walks out talking about, you know what it already is, homebolio. You ain't been nothing to say. You ain't came to none of the meetings. Hanging out with old white man. Of course, that was Denise that said that. But then Denise walks out. And then about 2 seconds later, here comes Trevor. Well, Franklin, I didn't know you had a sister. I'm Denise. Franklin's aunt. Yeah, my mother's old dried up ass sister. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Franklin. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Franklin. And then he goes, great. I'm doing that so wrong. I can't remember how he fucking did it. Basically means up yours. It's great. Franklin, you never told me you had a sister. Shut the fuck up, Franklin. Well, and then he's like, why don't you get you something nice? And then she takes it, counts it. This is $7. Told you to get something nice, not expensive. You want to be a greedy fucking cow? No. Now get the fuck out of here. And then she takes the $7, if you pay attention. She takes it. Classic. She takes the $7, fucks off into the house, and then Trevor's like, I'm here with the boys. I'm here with the boys. I'm new in town, I'm freaking new in town, and I want to hang out. And then that what basically starts Hood Safari. I mean, Lamar had a little thing going on. So Trevor's like, I love things. I'm the king of things. Let's go do this thing. And then they go do the thing. They go to Grove Street, which is amazing. We're going back to fucking GTA San Andreas 1992. Let's go. I know that's in the 3D universe. I mean, I know that's in the 2D. What? Yeah, I know that's in the 3D universe. And we're in the HD universe, but whatever. Cool. References. I love it. Even though they don't connect, I get it. It's cool. Because we even go to CJ's house, which is the coolest thing. The deal takes place at CJ's house, which is the greatest thing ever. I find it great. Because we get there, and then we do the deal, and then he finds out, Trevor says, I want to see the other side of the brick. And the dealer's like, nah, man, you heard your friends, you leave him. And then Trevor's like, I want to see the other side. And he grabs it, tries to pull it from him, and then he pulls it from him, and it breaks, and then he looks in it, and he's like, whoa, did we ask for a key or a fucking ounce? Trevor knows his shit, man. He may be crazy, but he knows his shit. Especially when it comes to that. And you gotta give him props. But I love Hood Safari because of the beginning cutscene, and then this is drywall. And then Clay PG Jackson, you can choose to shoot him or not, and then later on in the story in the radio, the newscaster will say that Clay PG Jackson has died in a shootout or whatever, while trying to record a music video. It's great. Everything in it has connections. Everything in it has references. I love it. It's S tier. It has to be an S tier mission. I love Hood Safari. I really love Hood Safari. Our first S tier. I keep clicking my pen back. All right, by the book. All right, probably a very controversial mission because it was straight up banned in Japan, in various other countries. But by the book, I probably couldn't explain too much here. Basically, Trevor has to persuade Ferdinand Karamov on giving information on where a terrorist is in Chumash. And you can get the mission done within 2 persuasions instead of 4. So, which is kind of cool. So that way, if you're uncomfortable with that thing, if you're uncomfortable with that kind of thing, you can get it done within 2 persuasions if you know who you're looking for. Fun fact: it's the guy in the red shirt that looks like DJ Khaled with a big beard. So there you go. Just look for DJ Khaled, and there you go. But once you take that guy out in Chumash, that's pretty much it. But I do love the banter between Michael and Dave about Trevor and Brad and all that good stuff. I don't know. I'd probably put By the Book in B tier. See what I did there? But it's not amazing. It's not great. I can see why it was banned in other countries. Makes total sense. Don't get close to that Xbox. I'm going to turn it off again. So I'd have to put it in B tier. All right, boiler suits. Okay, I see what I'm gonna have to do here. We're gonna have to lump boiler suits, masks, tow truck, trash truck, all together, because they're just setups for blitz play. Let's face it, they're all just setups for blitz play. You know, so what? Oh, boiler suits. It's just you go to Ammunition, you pick out some boiler suits, and then that's it. You just pick out the color boiler suits for each specific character. It's going in F tier. I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's a nothing burger. Boiler suits, mask, tow truck, and trash truck. Boiler suits goes in F tier, mask goes in F tier, tow truck goes in D tier, and trash truck goes in D tier. Okay? So tow truck, and trash truck goes in D tier. Boiler suits and mask goes in F. That's what I'm saying. And tow truck and trash truck goes in D. Alright, so let's all the way skip down to the Merryweather heist, depending on how you start it first. Because, I mean, if you do the setups before you do the other setups, then the missions will show up in a certain way. But, the Merryweather heist, that one's really interesting. Yeah. Not a big Merryweather heist. It's a super weapon. Man, I was just as pissed as Trevor. I really wanted to see what the super weapon did. Now, there are two ways you can do this. You could either A, scope out the freighter, or B, go to Toledo Bay and go diving with a mini sub. Either way, you have to use it. But the latter way utilizes the mini sub more. The first way. The first way, you're as Frank. You have to do a whole bunch of Merryweather guards as Michael plants some on the freighter ship. And then once he blows up the freighter ship, then you dive down into all the wreckage, find the weapon, the experimental super weapon, and then Trevor comes in with the submarine, grabs it, and brings it back to Floyd. And I'm not going to say the last cutscene before I say the second way. Now, the second way is you have to steal a cargo from the mini sub, and you're using the cargo bob with the mini sub to drop the mini sub up in one of the peninsulas in Toledo Bay to look underwater, deep underwater, for the mounted experimental super weapon, because there's two of them. The one in the freighter, the one that's actually underwater in Toledo Bay. And you can choose which one you want to get. So, if you choose the second way, you go underwater with the sub, you pick it up, then Michael comes in with the cargo bob, picks Trevor up in the sub, then some Merryweather guards come in with some buzzards and dinghy boats. Those are so easy. It is so easy to take out those dinghy boats. It's not even funny. Just shoot the boats, explode them, and then the buzzards come along. Just shoot the back rotors. All you have to do is just shoot the back rotors, and then they'll start spinning out, and then they'll explode. And then that's it. I mean, once you take out all the waves of the Merryweather guards, you're good. And then you can drop it back off at the at the Sandy Shores airstrip, and then where Lester awaits to tell you that you need to take it back. Because it's a Chinese super weapon. Sorry, Trevor. I know I wanted to keep it too, but but like, damn, man. I like that mission. It depends on the way you do it. Like, if you do choice B, I would put it in B tier, and if you choose choice A, I'd put it in C tier. But in my instance, I chose B. So, yeah. I chose B tier. I chose B because I just thought it was more fun to go diving in the submarine and shoot up the Merryweather while we were flying away. But it was a lot more anticlimactic than the first way. So for that, I'd have to put it in B tier. Because it's not extravagant, but it's not good either. All right, now Blitz Play. I like Blitz Play. Blitz Play is so fun. I love Blitz Play because it is a straight reference to the movie Heat, which is great. I've never seen the movie, but I know for a fact that when Franklin comes in with the tow truck and jumps over the bank truck, and the bank truck crashes into the brick wall, and it all crashes, that is an exact one-to-one scene reference to the movie Heat, which is really cool. But Blitz Play, you have to use the trash truck and the tow truck, the boiler suits and the masks, and we use the trash truck to block the road, tow truck to sack them, Michael's words. Then Franklin uses the tow truck to hit the bank truck, flips over. Then we blow the doors open. We get the guards out. So get out of the van. You get out of the van, the truck, the whatever. Then a shootout ensues, if I'm not mistaken. We get the bonds because that's what we have to do. That's the whole point of Blitz Play. We have to steal some government bonds and deliver it to fucking Tevin Weston. Because that's how he gets his money, I guess. Whatever. I hate Devin Weston too. So much. I really hate Devin. A lot. But, yep. Knock over the bank truck, get the guards out, grab the thing, put it in pocket. Then we have a big cop shootout coming down the alley, coming down the road in the cop cars. We got a helicopter with a sniper rifle. Then we got some snipers up on the roof across the road. So Trevor has to take them out too. And then Trevor takes out the helicopter with the RPG. That's nice. That's cool. Oh, man. And that's pretty much the mission. I mean, you get the bonds, you fuck off, and then you deliver it to Haynes' guy, which is Devin Weston. Because that's the whole point of that's the whole point of the mission. We got to steal the bonds, deliver it to Weston, and then Weston is a major douche immediately to Michael. I got five cars, pal. Major payday, bro. Top quality scores. That's nice. I got just the guy for you. No, I don't want some guy. I don't want some dude. I want you. I want your crew. You don't give a fuck what you want, pencil neck. God, I hate Devin Weston. He reminds me of Alistair from Incredibles 2 if he was evil and actually bad. If he was like his sister. If that makes any sense. He reminds me of Alistair from Incredibles 2. Which I need to rewatch. It's a good movie. I don't know, man. Blitz Play, we give it to him. I like Blitz Play. I hate Devin Weston. Not a fan of the two missions that branch off after it. But Blitz Play, it's solid. I like it. I was just talking it up like I fucking loved it. I never seen the movie Heat, but I love that it's a reference to the movie Heat. I don't know. I'd put Blitz Play in A tier. I'd put Blitz Play in A tier. All right. Now, I fought the law. Whoa. I kind of like I Fought the Law. That is the one I go to first before I do Mr. Richards, just because the sole fact I know Trevor and Michael are dressing up as traffic cops and riding little motorcycles. It's great. I love it. But it's all just a setup for Devin Weston to steal some very high-end cars from some trust fund kids that he knows and dislikes very much. His words. This pen's ready to break. It's broken. It didn't break. I just broke the wrapping paper. But, I Fought the Law shows up as Franklin. Depending on how you start the mission, I usually just start as Franklin, because that's how the longest cut. I like watching cutscenes, okay? So I'll watch the longest cutscene in the game, usually. And, starts out with Franklin talking to Devin and Molly. And Devin wants Franklin to erase a couple of his trust fund friends that he hates and wants to sell the cars to Asia or whatever the fuck, something like that. And, so Franklin goes and races those motherfuckers. And then Michael and Trevor show up on traffic cops. They pull him over. Trevor's like, stay in the car there, homeboy. Deal with you later. Talking to Franklin. That's probably my favorite line in the whole mission. But they show up as traffic cops. They stop the gang. They stop the trio. And Michael and Trevor take the Entity XF and the Cheetah. And they all three race to Little Bighorn on Little Portola. I think I got that wrong, but I don't remember. I know it's Little Bighorn. I know that's what Molly says. But I Fought the Law. I like it. It's not amazing, but I do like it. I might put it in B tier. All right, Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. This one's interesting. Got a little notification. Mr. Richards. This one introduces Solomon Richards for the very first time, which I think is cool because Michael is so obsessed with Solomon Richards just at the mere mention of his name by Devin that he had him all fucking, fired up and shit. It's great. Anyway, sorry about that. Mr. Richards' introduction is great because Michael is so obsessed with him that no matter what that Solomon says, Michael gets it, straight up. Like all the movie references, Shoulder of Orion, 2, Nelson in Naples. I love it. It's great. I love it. I love the fact he's that obsessed with his movies. But the mission itself, is not very good. Yes, we get to see Rocco Pelosi. We haven't seen him since the Ballad of Gay Tony in 2009, but not really super hyped about him. He was a douche in that game, and he was a douche in this game. So Michael has to climb on top of his nightclub, and he has to beat up a couple guards. He has to take out some guards silently, and then he beats the fuck out of Rocco Pelosi. Then he gets in the helicopter with Anton Baudelaire and the white guy's name. The white guy in the white suit. I can't remember his name. Oh, shit. Milton McElroy. I remembered it. We're good. Milton McElroy and Anton Baudelaire. We got in the helicopter with them. Michael had to persuade him, do a whole bunch of maneuverments, and shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo, shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo, shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo. all that good stuff. And then we get him back to the lot, ideally in a more collaborative mood. And yeah, that's the mission. I mean, you just sneak onto a building, beat up a guy, get in a chopper, around, and then land it, and that's it. So I'd probably put that one in C tier. I think C tier. It's pretty mid. All right, the Vice assassination. Oh boy, I actually kind of find the Vice assassination kind of funny because we have to wait on a guy, quite literally waiting on a lady of the night, you know. Which is funny because depending on what time you start that mission, may or may not start during daytime. Which, as you know, as a GTA player, doesn't spawn during the day. They only spawn during the night. Which is kind of funny. Because if you start the mission during the day, then he's essentially looking for a lady during the day, which is kind of funny. Seeing as how, you know. But once you get there, Lester calls you on a payphone, right? And then he gives you a job. I can't remember why. I can't remember what stocks he once raised this time. But I do remember the plot of the mission, more or less. Lester wants Franklin to shoot one of the Lady of the Night's regulars. Because they're like the CEO of like Gold Coast Development or some shit. I can't fucking remember. That might be a payphone hit in GTA Online. I really don't remember it. But that's pretty much the mission. I mean, you just sit on a hill and wait for a guy in a convertible to show up and then shoot the guy before he can get in the car with a girl. Before the girl can get in the car with him and drive off. So I do think that's funny, but it is not gonna go past D tier. Eye in the Sky. All right, Eye in the Sky. This one also isn't very interesting to me. I mean, it's just another Devin Weston mission. He wants you to steal a car. It's the Z-type. Chad Mulligan. I mean, it starts, depending on how you start the mission. If you start it as Franklin shows up in the FIP lot, and Trevor shows up with the helicopter. But if you show up as Trevor, you get to walk into the police station, get in the police chopper, and you get to see the whole thing fly, and you get to learn how the license plate or the driver's license reader works. But if you show up as Franklin, then you have to learn how to do it right there and there. So usually I just show up as Franklin and I get it done real quick. But apparently Franklin was arrested for public exposure, indecent exposure or something like that. Find that funny. Man, fuck that. I got a high ass. One time we'll pick a brother up for anything. Oh man, that's kind of funny. I do kind of find that funny. But Eye in the Sky, it's just, you fly to a location, you got to scope around the area with his little glasses thingies, and then once you find the guy leads you to his lockup where the Z-type is hidden, and then Franklin shows up in his Buffalo S, aims a gun at the guy gets in his Z-type, plucks off, and then turns into a car chase, more or less, while Trevor and the pilot are still following along in the helicopter. Until the mission more or less ends in a parking garage where Franklin finds him, and then he can shoot Chad Mulligan. If you don't choose to shoot Chad Mulligan, you get cops, by the way. So I usually shoot him. And then get in the Z-type, and then go to LSIA to deliver it to Devin Weston. That's it. So yeah. I mean, there's nothing really special to say about Eye in the Sky. I think it's cool. You can hear some dialogue. I mean, one of the homeless guys talks about Zaffo, which is one of the fake gods in the game. But cool. It's pretty cool. But I can't go any higher than C tier. It's pretty mid. All right. Now, before I start one of my favorite missions ever, we're going to get a little cameo. You guys say hi to Buck. What are you doing? Say hi, everybody. Hello. This is Buck. He's a good boy. He's mad I woke him up from his nap. I thought the audience might want to see him. Time to go lay down. All right. Now for one of probably, if not my favorite mission in the entire game. Just for the dialogue and cutscene alone. gtaLibre. I like gtaLibre. Not because of a whole assassination thing or a whole... I'll get to that. It starts out with Trevor and Michael arriving at Martin Madrazo's ranch. Martin Madrazo gives them a job to shoot down his cousin's private jet. Then they shoot down the jet with a little a van that has a heavy gun in it, I guess. But it turns out if you go out of bounds, Michael's character model is all the way at the observatory, I guess. But sure. Because that's where our camera view is actually sitting at the observatory, not in the van. But, alright. And we shoot down the jet. The jet starts gliding down. Then it swaps to Trevor on a dirt bike. Then we chase the plane down on the dirt bike. And then we all go through sandy shores. We go through some mountains, sandy shores again. And it ends in Grapeseed. It crash lands in a little farm in Grapeseed. The only thing they farm out here is mathematical. Ah, Trevor Phillips country. God, I miss it out here. You gotta visit sometime. Yeah, you know what? I'm good. That's foreshadowing. That's called foreshadowing, kids. Ah, you gotta come visit sometime. Yeah, you know what? I'm good. I love the foreshadowing. That's some foreshadowing if I've ever seen it. In a video game, nonetheless. Oh! The gtaLibre, we chase him down. It crashes in the farm in Grapeseed. Then Trevor comes up, shoots the guy we got to get the documents from, Javier, as Martin said. And I mean, yeah, he shoots Javier. He grabs the files. He does a little snee, like Adam Sandler from the movie Click when he said, "No more time than all." And then he fucks off. And then it goes back to Michael. And then we have to meet Trevor at Stoner Cement Works, which I love the name of. That's some great naming right there. Because it's a, cement factory, Stoner Cement Works. I mean, Stoner, obviously, that's a joke within itself. But Stone Cement Works. Because cement stones. Yeah. You know. But I love gtaLibre. Then we get to Stoner Cement Works, and then we meet Trevor. Actually, we're there for a couple hours, then Trevor shows up, which I find kind of funny, because Martin's ranch is just right up the road from Stoner Cement Works. It's kind of funny that Trevor said to meet him there before he was even there. But whatever. Oh. Yeah. Shit, where was I? Yeah, we meet him at Stoner Cement Works. And then we get the most iconic cutscene in all of GTA history, I think. Besides, would you like to go bowling, cousin? Would you like to go bowling with me, Roman cousin? Yes. No, Roman, I would not like to go fucking bowling with you. No. God. I need to go meet little Jacob so that we can go. Oh, no. But the most iconic scene in probably all of GTA history. The fuck has happened? Why do you have his car? That piece of turd, huh? No wonder people are stabbing him in the back. You know, Mikey, I really don't understand why you mess around with people like that. You know, Mikey, really, I don't. Trevor, answer the fucking question. I asked for a fair day's pay after a fair day's work. And he kind of got a little angry. So, I admit, I kind of got a little angry. Did you kill him? What kind of fucking animal do you take me for? No, I didn't kill him. 3, 2, 1. But I did kidnap his wife. Oh, no. Oh, what did you do? Oh, I just told you what I just did. Now we're going to have to lay low for a little while we discuss things with Martin. You think? I love it. I love it. That whole cutscene is great. Not a fan of Martin Madrazo, but I am a fan of What Happens to Him by Trevor later on in Hang 10. But for that, Cairo Libre is going in S tier. We have our second S tier after an hour. Now, whoa, you scroll down a little bit. All right, the bus assassination. It's just another assassination mission from Lester. That's all it is. It's just another assassination mission. It's nothing extravagant. It's nothing special. Nothing cool. It's just you got to pick up some people as Franklin on a dash-hound bus, and then you just have to act. You just have to play bus driver until you get to the guy that you need to assassinate. And then once you get to him, he's like, "Hey, Penny, right?" And then he fucks off on a bike or something, and we can either shoot him or just run him over with the bus. But either way, we're getting cops. So, it's nothing special. It's nothing cool. It's nothing great. I'm not ecstatic about it. I don't really like it all that much. I'll probably put it in D tier. Probably. Yeah. Bus assassination. All right. Deep Inside. All right. Now, that mission is actually kind of cool because you get to sneak in as Franklin and play little James Bond. You get to sneak in. You get to take out one of the actors, and you get to use his costume suit as a disguise. You have to steal the JB700 for Devin Weston. And it has all sorts of cool little gadgets. From from spikes out the back to the ejector seat. It's great. And then later on when we get to use it in Pac-Man, oh, it has the guns too. It's so great. But Deep Inside, all it is, you're just sneaking into the movie studio and stealing a JB700W. Or a JB700, I can't remember which one it is. And delivering it to Molly. I mean, the hardest part is just trying to drive away as the fucking lady's trying to pull on your wheel. I mean, it's not super hard. It's not super extravagant. It's just another car that Devin Weston needs. So, for that, I'd probably put it in C tier. All right, Minor Turbulence. This is the mission. This is the mission I reference every time I see the Air Force. Ron, I got the fucking Air Force on me. Try to fly over them. Maybe they won't tangle with you up there. Fly above them. Let's see if that helps. It didn't. It doesn't. It won't. They're jets. We're in a cargo plane. What? Ron, what was that idea? I know the whole reason you told the player to go higher was because later on you have to jump out of the back with a parachute and it has to give you time so the plane doesn't immediately hit the ground. But it's still scripted anyway. If you pay attention, it glitches, it rubber bands the cargo plane back up to where it's supposed to go if you let it go down too far. So, what? I've actually tested that. I've gotten really low to the ground, and right when the cutscene starts, when you're supposed to jump out the back with the parachute as Trevor, it glitches you back up to where you're supposed to be. There's no point. Fly as high as you want. Tangle with the Air Force if you want. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because no matter what, the plane's still going to get shot, and it's still going to go down, and you still have to jump out of Trevor, and it's still going to get rubber banded back to where it's supposed to. So, yeah. I Minor Turbulence, I like the ending. No, I like the fact how when you jump out in the parachute, if I can time it perfectly, I can parachute right next to the next mission. But I also forgot, I give it a little bit. Because technically Derailed was the next mission if you just parachute next to Trevor's trailer. But, actually that's wrong. Ron calls you and tells you that you have to go meet the FIB and Michael at Licorice, at the lab. Which leads us into the next mission, which I didn't even rate Minor Turbulence. So Minor Turbulence, C tier. I put it in C tier. Actually, Minor Turbulence is kind of fun. And I like the fact, I like the Top Gun reference when the Air Force gets next to Trevor and he's like, and then he like flips them off or does like a gesture or something. I can't remember the gesture he does. But for that, it's going to go in B tier. I like Minor Turbulence, actually. All right. Polito score setup. That's the one that I was kind of getting ahead of myself with. So, once you get after Minor Turbulence and you land from the parachute, then Ron should call you and he should be like, have you been messing around with some FIB contacts? And Agent Sanchez has been around here saying that he needs to meet you at the lab. And Trevor's like, oh shit, man, I'm using them, they ain't using me, Ron. But I'll still meet them over there. And then Michael and Trevor and Dave and Steve all show up talking about they need you to steal nerve gas from the government so that they can release it on a metropolitan area to get more funding. But of course, that conversation doesn't happen till Monkey Business. But that's more or less what they want them to do. They need them, first of all, what the Polito score setup is, Dave and Steve come by saying that, like I said, the nerve gas, the nerve toxin. But before that, we have to steal some money from a bank so that we can buy a double tandem fucking chopper so that we can steal nerve gas. Oh, man. It's all just it all links together. It does. So the Polito score setup, we go to Polito Bay, we scope out the bank, we have to shoot the alarm, and then we scope out the cops and the response time. And then Trevor gets spooked because he doesn't want to get caught because Lester has to have a wheelchair or some shit, is what he said, something like that. And then he gets on a motorcycle, fucks off, and then it's more or less a race back to the lab. So, like, if you get there as Michael Michael's going to be like, what took you so long? And Trevor's going to be like, what took you so long? And then if Trevor gets there first at Michael, and then Trevor's going to be like, what took you so long? And then Michael's going to be like, had to let you win. So I think Michael winning is funnier because Trevor's like, what took you so long? He mocks him. I find that funny. So Polito score setup, I think it's not great. It's not extravagant. I just like the ending cutscene. And you get to choose how you want to do the actual heist, but it's not. It doesn't give you a split choice anyway, like the other heists. So, Polito score setup, probably D tier. I'm thinking D tier. It's just not really that fun, in my opinion. Now, military hardware also isn't that fun. You literally, it's the setup whenever you pick the route that you want to do, which is only one route. But it's whenever you choose what to do on the board in the lab. You have to go get some You have to go get some heavy armor. So you steal that heavy armor from a military convoy coming down the street. That's pretty much it. You shoot up the Fort Zancudo guards, and then you steal the truck, take it back to the lab, and that's the mission. So that's probably also D tier, in my opinion. It's not great. All right, Predator. This one's fun too. Because just like Chop, you get to control Chop for about 4 seconds. Oh. I like Predator because it's the conclusion of the O'Neills and what they were doing. There's only like 3 or 4 of them left. There's an elk in the road! It starts off with Franklin tailing the O'Neills into Raton Canyon. And then they crash out due to an elk in the road. And then the G-Wagon they were in that blows up, and then they all scatter into the woods. So Franklin calls for Michael and Trevor as backup. They show up in the helicopter. Michael uses a thermal scope, finds the guys, shoots the guys, and if you look farther to the right, you can actually see Bigfoot. He'll despawn within 2 seconds. You can't shoot him, you can't kill him. He's not actually there. But his thermal is there, which is kind of cool. It's a little Easter egg that Bigfoot does exist in GTA 5 because that's a whole lore video within itself. Long story short, Bigfoot existing in GTA 5 is a reference to GTA San Andreas because Bigfoot never existed in GTA San Andreas, and the community really wanted it to exist, so they more or less put it in GTA 5, but it's not actually Bigfoot. It's a guy in a costume because Bigfoot isn't real, and that's the metaphor because Bigfoot never was real in San Andreas, so they put it in story mode to, further cement that it was all just a hoax, kind of. It was just a guy in a suit, more or less. But Predator is really cool, because you use the thermal scope, you shoot the rest of the O'Neills, you use Chop to find the last O'Neill, you shoot him, get in the chopper, and then Trevor further explains why the O'Neills are after him. I killed Dale, Doyle, Daryl, Don, Daryl, and Don. But Predator, I don't know. I put it in C tier. It's not extravagant. It's not bad. I put it in C tier. The Polito score. Now we've gotten to one of the big ones. I think this is the third to last heist in the whole game. But the Polito score. I love the Polito score. It's so much fun. Because that's the whole reason why we had to set up and scope it out the whole time. But the Polito score, we go up to the bank to steal the money so that way we can buy the tandem chopper to steal the nerve gas from Humane Labs or whatever. But Remember, Polito score starts out. We get into the white van. Everybody's talking about their very first score. Michael's was 88, outskirts of Carcer City. Another Easter egg if you know your Rockstar games. And then, depending on who you pick, I usually choose Chef or Patrick McCreary because, he tells the story about, the Banker Liberty City, which I think is very interesting because it's just a straight up a character that was in GTA 4 that helped Nico rob the bank. That's so cool. I mean, that's amazing. But, yeah, I mean, they do their story about their very first job, Trevor's very first job. This is why you don't rob people that you know. Oh, maybe you did 6 months. Maybe I was out in 4. And that, kids, is why you... and that, kids, is why you don't leave witnesses. And that, kids, is why you don't rob people that you know. Franklin, Cher. I love Franklin's story. I know they were just all dogging on him at that point, but I love Franklin's story. Because, yeah, it's an amateur story. I get it. It's his very first bank job. But the whole score was 2 stacks. 1G for each Franklin Lamar. And the die pack went off. The fucking die pack. Ha ha ha. You amateur. Ah. Man, that's the last time I tell you shit. Man, that's great. The die pack went off. I'll bring the die pack just for you. that's I love it. I fucking love it. But then we get there, we get to the bank. We were just talking about the ride there to Polito Bank. We get to the bank, and then Klutz. I'm dropping my pen the whole video, yo. Then we get there, Franklin gets out because he thinks he's going to be the getaway driver on the river, so he's in the boat. I'm on getaway, dog. I got it. And then the rest of the game goes to the bank. They jump through the bank. They do their thing. They successfully rob the bank. They get out with all their heavy armor on. But the cops are in the bay. Oh, no. Our getaway is confiscated. We can't do it no more. So Franklin has to go into a construction site, steal a bulldozer, and he uses said bulldozer to plow through all the army mesas to get to the gang. And then the gang, once he gets there, the gang gets into the bucket of the bulldozer as cover, and then they drive around some tanks, drive around some army men, and they meet their way at the Cluckenbell Chicken Factory. And then once they get to the chicken factory, they hole up in there, do some more shootouts with Merryweather and the army and all that good stuff. And they hop on the train, which is kind of funny to think about because the train only goes one way. So, I mean, can't the army just, block it? Can't they just tell, the conductor or the guy on the radio running the conductor or whatever the fuck? Can't they just, the communications tower or building or whatever? Can't they just tell him to tell the conductor to stop the train? We have wanted fugitives on it. We quite literally watch them hop on the train car. Find that kind of funny. But they get away, and that's cool. Because the way they did it, I like it. I like it, especially when they first popped out of the bank and the first cop was like, sweet mother of shit. I love that. That was great. So Polito score, I think I might put that in A tier. That's a very solid mission. All right, Derailed. Oh, Derailed. I for some reason struggle on Derailed. when you're as Trevor on the dirt bike and you have to jump on top of the train, I can't do it. I don't know why. Skill issue? Probably. I can't do it. I really can't. I don't know why. I've never been able to. I've done it successfully only a handful of times. One handful of times. So, I don't know. I always botch it. I always either go too far or I hit the jump wrong and I can't stay on the train. I don't know. I do every mission perfectly fine. Every other mission's perfectly fine. But I go to get on derailed and I get on the train as Trevor on the dirt bike. I just can't do it. Skill issue? Probably. I don't know. I really don't know. But derailed, it starts out with Michael talking to Trevor about the monthly train that has gold paintings, whatever they can even dream of on it. And then comes around once a month, which I think is kind of funny because the game comes out September 17th. That's when it takes place. They go into a whole in-depth thing. I'm not doing timelines right now. But derailed, it's the monthly train. So Michael and Trevor goes and fucks off after it and gets Michael to get into a wetsuit so he can get to a dinghy and wait for him under the bridge in the Alamo Sea. Then Trevor gets on the train on the hard part that I talked about earlier. He jumps on the train on the dirt bike, drives across the train, jumps off the dirt bike, gets into the train, knocks out the conductor, and then he drives the train himself right past the Meriwether spot where they're supposed to stop. And he crashes the train right into another train on the bridge right above the Alamo Sea, jumps off the train into the river as all the train pieces are raining down over him into the river. And once everything stops raining down, Michael plants a bomb, explodes it. He goes searching in there while Trevor shoots off Meriwether. So Trevor's holding off Meriwether as Michael's searching around. Once all the Meriwether's out and he gets the statue, he gets out. They both get in the dinghy. They fuck off to the Pacific. And then they go and find some vehicles that Ron had set up for them on the beach. And they fuck off. And that's the mission. It's a gold statue. That's pretty much all it is. And Michael wants to give it to Martin Madrazo for kidnapping Martin Madrazo's wife. I had to remember that we already did discuss Caída Libre, and obviously, but I did kidnap his wife. So we got to give the golden statue to Martin to reconcile for kidnapping his wife. So yeah, that's what he does. He gives a statue to him. That whole monthly train kind of pissed off Trevor, and Michael was like, "You give me that statue, I'll give you something bigger." What? The Union Depository? You're shitting me. Impossible. Never said impossible. Just incredibly difficult. Derailed, I do like Derailed, but I hate it for the sole fact that I just cannot on the train. I can never stay on the train for more than 4 seconds. 4 fucking seconds! It took you 4 fucking seconds to piss me off again. I just can't do it. I don't know. Derailed would get higher if I could fucking control the fucking dirt bike on top of the train. But I can't, so it gets C tier. That skill issue thing, that's what I'm ranking it as. If you can do it, you can do it. I cannot. Alright, so monkey business. Alright, we made it to monkey business. Alright, finally we got to the whole reason why we had to rob the Polito Bank. That way we could buy the chopper to pick up the nerve gas in the fucking refrigeration unit. So monkey business starts out with Michael, Trevor, Franklin, Dave, and Steve all at Cape Catfish, if I'm not mistaken. And apparently they were supposed to bring an extra 3. So Steve says. Dave said, no, Dave didn't. That is a freaking lie. I never get things wrong. I love the fact that Steve said freaking instead of fucking. That's how you know that he actually was wrong, because he didn't cuss. Find that really neat. And, it starts out with all them at Cape Catfish. They want to go steal an experimental super weapon, nerve gas toxin, because other people want to release it on a metropolitan area to increase government, to prevent terrorism with more acts of terrorism, to increase government funding, I guess. I don't remember. I gotta remember the freaking conversation. But long story short, we gotta steal some nerve toxin. We go into a special lab to steal the nerve toxin, where they do like experiments on monkeys and shit, hence the mission monkey business. But we steal it. We have a big fat shootout with the Meriwether Guards and the Army and the Humane Labs after we sneak through with Dave and Steve. And then we get it, shoot through whilst the thing is in our pocket. This will make me the most dangerous man in the country. Also the most shit scared. And then it gets the thing, and then they fuck off out of the building with the big shootout. Then the army comes. Steve shoots himself in the leg to pass as a double agent. And then they puts the nerve toxin in the refrigeration unit. Trevor comes in with the big rig chopper, picks it up, picks them all up, and they go back to the Sandy Shores airfield. I mean, that's pretty much it. That's the mission. That's the whole reason why we had to rob the freaking bank in Toledo Bay. That's the whole reason why we had to scout it out. That's the whole reason why we had to... I mean, that's pretty much it. But I was trying to lump in derailed and minor turbulence in with the rest of that. But, monkey business, that's all it was. I mean, yes, it was fun. Yes, it's cool. But that's all it is? Like, really? So for that, I'm probably going to have to put it in, it's not that bad. It's not good either. I'm going to put it in B tier. It's not extravagant, but it's not really that mid. I do kind of like it. So I'm going to put it in B tier. All right, now. Hang 10. Hang 10, could you even consider that even a mission? I mean, I don't even consider that a mission at all. Like, that's right after, Monkey Business. Like, that's literally right after Monkey Business, and Trevor says he has more matters of the heart to take care of, and Dave's like, is he fucking with me? And Michael's like, probably not. He's not. He does have more matters of the heart to take care of. Patricia. But I did kidnap his wife. He got a very much emotional attachment to Patricia. And kind of so did she, I think. They kind of, So, Hang 10 starts off, it leaves off at the end of Monkey Business with Trevor driving in his truck with Patricia. Him crying on the way back to Martin Madrazo's ranch with Patricia talking about, I don't want to kiss you back. We treat you. And all that good stuff. Yada yada. And she's just like, I need to go home. I have to go home. I know I really like you, but I need to go home. And then we get there to his ranch, and then we see Martin Madrazo with his ear all bandaged up. I assume Trevor cut off his ear. I can only assume Trevor cut off his ear. Because they get there, Patricia gets out. Martin tries to give her a rose. Patricia's like, I don't want it. And then Trevor has a little bit of banter with Martin, and Trevor's like, you better treat her right, man. Otherwise, other ear. That was good. That's good. I like that. But Hang 10 within itself, it's not a mission. You don't do anything in it. It's only a cutscene. You're driving. That is it. You drive Patricia back to Martin. You get the cutscene about the other ear, and that's it. It's either D or F tier. I can't go any higher than D tier. I really can't. We have a lot in D tier already. It's not even funny. I have to put. Wait a minute. That's not Hang 10. I had to think about that. Hang 10 is where he goes back to Floyd's apartment and kills Floyd and Deborah and gets Wade and goes to the Vanilla Unicorn, the shoe store. That's what Hang 10 is. The end of Monkey Business. That's the end of Monkey Business. Everything I explained about Martin's ear and all that. Giving Patricia back. That's the end of Monkey Business. Hang 10 is Trevor shows back up to Floyd's apartment and we see Deborah for the first time. She's the bitch, surprise or not. And Trevor ends up getting pissed because everything we thought about Deborah was actually true. I mean, duh. But Trevor was right about Deborah. And whole thing ensues, and Trevor ends up getting in a fight with Floyd and Deborah and ends up killing him. It's implied. But he ends up killing Floyd and Deborah. He sees Wade. Wade sees him covered in blood. He asks, is that syrup? He tastes them. He says, I don't taste like syrup. And don't taste me. Okay? And so Trevor takes him all the way to the shoe store, meets some nice ladies, and say, give this guy a good time for a long time. And then that's where Wade resides for the rest of the game. That's where Wade stays for the rest of the whole game. Just in the shoe store, getting talked to by a couple of girls. What a life, eh? But Hang 10, yeah, he kills Floyd and Deborah, and that's where Wade resides for the rest of the time. But there's no gameplay. There's no anything fun to do but just driving to the shoe store while Wade talks about how he met Trevor and all of his old friend groups, like Daisy Bell and Kushtronic and all that. So, like, what? So, Hang 10's probably D tier. I can't, in good conscience, put it in F tier. Hang 10 is D tier. But we're losing room in D tier is what we're doing. I think I'm losing my ink, actually. All right, the construction assassination. All right, Enzo Bonelli. That's not Enzo, is it? Or is that Architect's Plans? No, Architect's Plans is Chip Peterson. No, I am thinking Enzo Bonelli. The construction assassination. Yeah, we just sneak into the Mile High Club, the construction site, obviously, and work our way up to the top to where the main guy is. And shoot him and all of his goons, and that's the mission. I mean, you get like a couple $1,000s from Lester, and that's it. I mean, it's the very last assassination mission in the whole story mode. So I mean, I think it's the coolest one. Get to do all that, get to climb it. It's probably the hardest one in my opinion. But next to the multi-assassination, that one's kind of hard because of the timer. But construction assassination, it's only hard because there's a lot of enemies. But once you get to the top, kill Enzo Bonelli, you're good. Parachute off the top, mission pass. So, I don't know. I gotta put it in D tier too. It's just nothing nice about it. You know, the way I was talking about it, construction assassination, it's not good, but it's not bad either. It's not the best of the assassination missions. I think I might put it in C tier. It's mid. It's okay. It's all right. Construction assassination. My pen don't work after only 2 hours of using it. All right, surveying the score. That's a very broad name because we've had so many scores. The Polito score. I mean, I know this is the score, but surveying the score, I mean, all you do is just follow. It depends on how you start it, right? Like if you start as Michael and Franklin, you can take the temperature of the bank, and then you go to Trevor, and then you fly in with the helicopter, and then you watch the two bank trucks do their route, and then you watch them go into the Union Depository. Then you fly around the Union Depository building, and then you look into that little construction hole to see if you want to go in that way later on. I mean, it's nothing spectacular. I kind of go, ugh, every time I get it, but it's not the worst. I'd have to put it in D tier because I do kind of dread doing it. Pen don't work. Bury the Hatchet. Now, that one I really like. Bury the Hatchet is a very good conclusion to the Brad storyline about who all Brad is and all that good stuff. I love Bury the Hatchet because of the way that Trevor concludes his answer without Michael even saying a word. And it all depends. The way you go up to North Yankton depends on which character you start the mission as. Like, if you start the mission as Michael, you got to go through the whole cutscene, watch the whole cutscene, and then you'll go as Michael, and you'll watch Trevor steal his car, and you have to steal your own car or something. If you already have a car in your garage, take that. Like, at the beginning of the game, you should already be preparing for this mission particularly. Yeah. You should already, in the very first moments you unlock Michael DeSanta, you should be putting a very good car in your garage to wait until Bury the Hatchet so that you could use it so you don't have to run to the road to steal a car as soon as Trevor steals your car. That way you could just drive to LSIA. But if you're super duper duper smart, you would just already start the mission as Trevor so that he would get into a plane and fly off to North Yankton. But you would know that takes even longer because of the phone calls to Ron, and you got to get in the plane, and you actually have to take off and fly all the way out. So, I'd say that takes longer than being Michael starting the mission. But I really do like Bury the Hatchet, because once you're at North Yankton, I couldn't remember the 2-word name for the town. Once you're at North Yankton, then you have a little, like, reminiscing thing for Michael. He's, like, reminiscing about leaving North Yankton and moving to Los Santos and, like, moving with Amanda and his family and all that good stuff, getting out of the game. But, yeah, it's just a really nice touch. And then he's driving to the cemetery to where he is buried. It's just kind of hard not to spoil immediately. I mean, you just kind of have to say straight up what is in the grave for it to make sense. So he gets to the graveyard where Michael was supposedly buried back in 2004, 2003, whenever the hell it happened. And Trevor's digging up his grave. And he gets to the grave, he gets down to the coffin. And mind you, Michael has been trying to stop Trevor this entire time. He's been trying to say, there's nothing down there, it's fake, it's just smoke and mirrors, there's nothing, it's just sandbags. Nothing. Right? But Trevor gets down there, he starts digging and digging and digging, he gets down to the coffin, he opens up, and you know who he finds? Oh, Brad Snyder. Oh man, Michael, what you gonna do now? How you gonna say? How you gonna? You know what I mean? How you gonna? So Trevor gets all pissed and stuff. All hell breaks loose. They start aiming a gun at each other. But luckily, the Chinese was following Michael the whole time because they were spying on Michael and Trevor. Because as you do recall, Trevor and the Chinese don't have a very good history together. took out the contract, the O'Neills, you know. So now the Chinese are after Michael and Trevor in North Yankton. They think they're together, because you're together in that big house, and you're with that maid. You got the wrong idea, pal. And then bury the hatchet. He gets there, a big shootout ensues, then the Chinese show up, then Michael has to defend himself from the Chinese. Trevor fucks off, throws his gun at Michael, and then he fucks off back to his plane, flies back to LS while Michael gets kidnapped by the Chinese. Oh, he gets kidnapped by the Chinese because Trevor fucking snips the battery or something on his car, which is funny because he would have to go all the way around the gate and then go all the way back around just to get to his plane and leave. But whatever, Trevor, you do you. You've done crazier things. I've seen you sniff a gas rag on your front porch and wake up in your underwear on a train track. Whatever. So Michael gets kidnapped by the Chinese. It swaps back to Trevor flying back to LS, or Sandy Shores, mind you. And lands, and it's time for the mission Pac-Man. So that's the mission Bury the Hatchet. It's really good. I like it. It's very good back and forth. I don't know. I really have nothing to say about it. I really like it. I might put it in S tier. Just because it's really good. I really like that mission. Just because of the story factor. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to put it in S tier. That's our third S tier in an hour. We get only one S tier every hour. All right, Pac-Man. Pac-Man. So that is where we finally collected all of Devin Weston's cards that he wanted us to steal for him. And we, we have to drive it up the map to Mali. Actually, in retrospect, now that I'm kind of talking about it, it's very boring. It's a very boring mission. The only thing I like about it is the dialogue. That's the only thing I look forward to during Pac-Man is the dialogue between Trevor and Lamar. Because Franklin just sleeps the whole time until the cops show up. So, I mean, nothing really extravagant. Pac-Man, you get in a packer full of all the cars that you stole for Devin Weston. You drive them up to Mali at the top of the map, and then eventually, apparently, the cops were on you because Lamar didn't check because the last car he stole, which was the Monroe, he didn't check that there were cops on him. So we were tailed the whole time, and once we got in like Sandy Shores past the prison or something, that's when the cops get on us. So that's when we got to use the JB700 as Franklin. We jump it off the Pac-Man. We use the old JB700, all the souped-up weapons with all its guns and its spikes and it's all that good stuff. We take out the cops, and once we take out the cops, we can follow the Packer to Mali. That's the most exciting part in the whole mission. Is using the JB700. So, I don't know, man. I can't really go any higher than C tier. It's mid. It's all right. It's okay. Pac-Man goes in C tier. All right, fresh meat. This one leaves off at Bury the Hatchet, where Michael gets kidnapped by the Chinese. So, fresh meat. That one opens with Trevor walking up to Franklin at his aunt's house, and he trips over the fence because he's like, my N-word! And then he trips over the fence, and Franklin laughs at him, and then he gets a little information about him, out of him about where Michael is, and then he calls up Lester, gets a little GPS app, then we have to use the GPS app to find Michael, but little fun fact, once you swap to Michael in the cutscene, just click pause, click the interaction menu button, I'm pretty sure, or click one of the buttons to open up the actual map, and then click a point of interest on the thing, set a waypoint as Franklin, swap back to Franklin after that part of the cutscene, set a waypoint to the point of interest, drive. You don't even need the app that Lester sent you. You don't even need it. But, of course, the point of interest will be there for the rest of the game and for the rest of your life until you reset the game. So, keep that in mind. But it doesn't really matter. It does transfer over to GTA Online, by the way. So, if you have point of interest in story mode, they will stick in online. Unless you remove them in story mode. But, fresh meat, I like it. I actually like fresh meat. That's a good mission. Because Franklin has to come into that the butcher shop factory thing, the butcher factory, and Michael's on a literal meat hook upside down by his legs. That was weird. Michael's on a meat hook. And Franklin comes in and he's looking for Michael, and he shoots up a whole bunch of Chinese dudes while they're trying to get Michael, as Michael is slowly going towards his death there. And, I mean, in retrospect, now that I'm talking about it, it is kind of boring. But not really. It's kind of cool because of the way the shootout is as Franklin. Like, if you shoot certain dudes in an angle or whatever, some of them will fall into a grinder, and some of them will fall into a vat of acid, and some of them will genuinely get chopped up by the butchery process, which is kind of cool, actually, for GTA. I mean, we did have by the book, but I wonder if those scenes got banned in Japan. I don't know. Good question. But, fresh meat. Yeah, show up as Franklin. You have a shootout through the meat factory. You got to find Michael on the hook. You toss Michael a gun, then you shoot some of the people. Then you shoot Michael off the hook. Or Michael shoots himself off the hook, which he should have did the first 2 seconds he got the gun. But shoots himself off the hook. Then they have a shootout out of the meat factory. Then if you're smart, pick the other car. Not the Felter, but the other one. I can't quite remember what the other one is. But blow up, put a sticky bomb on the Felter. As soon as the bad guys get in the Felter to chase you, blow it up. No more bad guys after you. Now you're free to go home. And then Michael's rescued. Franklin rescued Michael. And then he takes him back home. They have a little conversation heart to heart about what happened and how we got kidnapped and what happened to Trevor. He got jumped by the Chinese. Trevor figured it out and all that good stuff, but he never really did go in depth just yet. But he will. Don't you worry. But that's fresh meat. I mean, I like it. It's not bad. Actually, I might just put that in A tier. I might put fresh meat in A tier. I think that's what I'm going to do. Alrighty. The Ballad of Rocco. Now, I got this done in 1 minute and 42 seconds when the goal is 3 minutes on the dot. Now, 1 minute and 42 seconds, come on. You literally, the only reason it's that long is because I watched the beginning of the cutscene with Solomon. Let's face it. It's a super short mission. It takes 2 seconds. You get to shoot the douchebag Rocco. It all starts out with Michael walking up to Solomon and Richards, and he's getting jumped by Rocco Pelosi. And that's not cool. Are you going to put a beat down on an old man like that, huh? Like, you don't fight somebody, fight old Michael, huh? You're not old man. Yet. Give it another 10 years until 2025 when the mansions come out. About 60 now. God. He's about 60. It's only 13. No, he's about 59. No. Michael was about 46, 47 when the... I'd say he was. And the events of that took place in 2013. But the Ballad of Rocco starts out, you show up as Michael, and Rocco's beating up Solomon, and then you save him. And then if you're quick enough, you can just straight up shoot Rocco with Michael's special ability. Just shoot Rocco and the passenger. Boom, done. But if you're not fast enough, then it becomes a whole car chase thing. But, man, Rocco, the Ballad of Rocco is just... It's nothing. It's a nothing burger. It's really nothing. I'd probably put it in D tier. Just... You know what? I'm putting it in F tier just because the sole fact that Rocco was beating on Solomon, and I hate Rocco for that. But I do like at the end of the mission and that little cutscene when Michael and Solomon were hanging out, and then Solomon was showing him some rushes or whatever. But I'm still putting it in F tier because I hate Rocco, and I don't like him beating on Solomon. Ballad of Rocco. All right, cleaning out the bureau. What can I say about cleaning out the bureau? I mean, there's a Star Wars reference. God damn it. Cleaning out the bureau. I mean, there's a Star Wars reference. This is not the car we're looking for. Harvey Molina. Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I remember all these guys' names, but this whole mission is pointless if you don't choose to go in the firefighter way. The whole thing is pointless if you don't choose to go in the firefighter way. But we had to cover all the bases. Lester, I don't care. Lester, dude, buddy, ow. I don't want to mop. I really don't, but I do find the firefighter way really interesting. Like, cleaning out the bureau, the mission itself is so boring. Like, dude, you're in a car with Lester. I like the banter. I like the dialogue that they have. It's kind of fun. But you're in a car, and you're waiting on another car, and you gotta wait on like 3-4 cars to pass just before Harvey Molina even shows up. Then you gotta tail him. Fucking forward, left, up, left, then left again, and then there's his apartment. And then you gotta watch him like have a little banter with his female neighbor or whatever. It kind of reminds me of like Benson and Aubrey from Regular Show, in a way, in the episode Mississippi Queen. Beginner's luck. But shit, what are we talking about? I just drew the biggest blank ever. The most brain fartiest fart that ever did fart out of a brain. Not even Linus's brain fart from fucking Shark Boy and Lava Girl could top this. I don't remember what we were talking about. I gotta wait. I don't remember anything. I gotta wait for it to load. I can't remember what we were on. I know it wasn't Bury the Hatchet. It was after that. It was cleaning out the bureau. Wasn't it? Yeah. It was cleaning out the bureau, and it was Harvey Molina talking about... I was talking about Harvey Molina and his neighbor. Friggin'... Then Michael has to tail Harvey, and then we more or less sneak into his house as he straight up steps into his apartment. And then we more or less shit, what's the word I'm looking for? Cock's an ice pop. Pop cock. Ice cock. Fuck! I love that. Cleaning out the bureau. We're almost done with the game. We're almost done. We've got about 13 missions left. But cleaning out the bureau, that's where we gotta steal the mopping equipment from Harvey Molina so we can go into the IAA building or the FIB building. The FIB building. Yeah. The bureau. Yes, not the agency. There's a difference between the bureau and the agency. The bureau is the FIB. The agency is the IAA. So, that makes sense. Obviously. But it's boring. It's boring. Tail a guy, follow him to his house. Oh no, the first 3 cars weren't the right car. Now we found it. Now we gotta tail him, go back to the apartment, watch him awkwardly talk to his neighbor trying to get some, and then sneak in and threaten him, kinda, and then take it from him. So, I don't know, there's nothing much I can say more than, like, D tier. Because I'm not a fan. I do not like cleaning up the bureau. Not good. All right. Architect's plans. Chip Peterson. That one I do remember. Chip Peterson. For a little setup mission, that is pretty interesting, actually. I mean, if you do it the long way, but if you do it the short way, it's kind of boring. I mean, you just show up to the Mile High Club. There's one of the architect guys with his briefcase with the blueprints in it. You just knock them out. Of course, you have to have a hard hat first because you're not allowed on here without a hat. Gee, thanks. And then we get the hat. Then we follow the guy. But if you're quick enough, you can just knock them out, grab it, and run away. And the mission's over in 11 seconds. So, that's pretty much architect plans. I mean, you're just knocking out Chip Peterson to get his blueprints for the bureau so that he knows what to do. So, I mean, it's nothing extravagant. Honestly, I might put in an F tier too. No, that's too harsh. That's too harsh. It's not super bad, like the movie, but it's not really good either. I'd probably put it in D. It's going in D. Architect's plans D. my God, what is up with my pen? There's no way it's out of ink, too. What? Oh, I'm using the wrong color, that's why. Okay. Reuniting the family. Ha ha! This is a good Laszlo conclusion. This is a very good Laszlo conclusion. Because Michael gets his family back. But with a twist. First, Jimmy shows up out of nowhere, asks him for a car out of nowhere, tells him about Tracy out of nowhere, and Amanda out of nowhere. And then Michael's like, all right, let's go see him then. And Jimmy's like, nah, all right, let's go see him then. And then Michael's like, all right, let's go. But don't. And then Jimmy's like, all right, but Fabian's gonna be there. And then Michael's like, all right, let's go see your mom and Bean Machine, because that's where they are. And then Fabian really shows his true colors there. Come on, Amanda, I have a unitard you must pay for. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. I hate Fabian. I didn't go enough in depth. And did somebody say yoga? I hate Fabian with a burning passion. He is horrible. Emphasis on horrible. But God, I hate Fabian. Yeah, they get to Bean Machine. Michael tries to talk to Amanda. Fabian gets in the way. There's this lady with her laptop talking about some shh, shh, shh. So Michael grabs a laptop, smacks Fabian across the head with it. He's bleeding. He's down for the count. Yoga. No yoga. Amanda takes Fabian, takes him home or whatever. But if you actually do follow Amanda, she just drives around like a retarded NPC. But Jimmy and Michael hop back in the car. They go to the tattoo parlor where Tracy is. And Michael's like, Tracy, getting another tattoo? Jimmy's like, no, God, no. That Laszlo guy's there. Laszlo? What's that guy want? It's not him that wants something. It's Tracy. She wants to get back on Fame or Shame after you and Uncle T cut her cameo short. Huh. Well, maybe we ought to help her without that. Maybe we oughta. Yeah. So that's what they do. They go to the tattoo parlor where Tracy is. Of course, Laszlo is there. And Michael and basically hurts the shit out of him. He doesn't really beat him up or anything. He just kind of throws him around and pierces his lip, nose, and ear. Or eyebrow, nose, and ear. And then cuts off his ponytail and tattoos a male part on his back and or chest, which is kind of hilarious depending on which choice you pick. Tattoo it on his back, that way you can't see it. That way he has to really look. That's it. It's pretty much justice for Tracy. And then after that, they go to Dr. Friedlander's office for a family therapy session where basically Michael and Amanda just yell at each other the whole time. Surprise, surprise. I don't know. I'd probably put reuniting the family in C tier. Just because the sole fact we get to beat the fuck out of Fabian and pierce the fuck out of Laszlo. It's 2 justices in 1 mission, which I love. So for that, it goes in C tier. It's safe from D tier another day. So reuniting the family, C tier. All right, now, Legal Trouble. Oh boy, Legal Trouble. That one's a fucking doozy, dude. It all starts with Michael and Solomon in his office. Actually, Solomon, Molly, and Devin in Solomon's office. Then Michael shows up, wondering what's going on. And then Solomon's like, the suits! They're fucking us! Wolves in turds' clothing! Love it. Solomon's one of my favorite characters. He didn't have a lot of appearances, but I do really like Solomon. He's great. But yeah, Legal Trouble starts out when Michael walking into the Solomon's office with Molly and Devin, talking about, we're gonna take your movie you're currently making, and we're gonna fucking just get rid of it. We're just whoosh, we're gonna sell it to somebody else and bulldoze this. We're gonna bulldoze Richard's Majestic and put it in condos. Oh, can you believe that's what Solomon Richard's son even wants to do? He's that stupid. But this place is a dream factory. Or as Michael would do it, this place is a dream factory. As unanimated as possible. Brother, Ned Luke, you're mocapped. You couldn't this place is a dream factory. Or this place is a dream factory. I mean, come on, dude. You could have put more oomph into that. You could have did instead of, but this place is a dream factory. Dude, you're mocapped. You could have did a lot more with your arms than just what? But man, that was in an earlier mission. The cutscene I'm explaining was in an earlier mission. That didn't happen in Legal Trouble, but I thought I'd bring that up anyway. It's just the most unanimated I've ever seen Michael or anybody in GTA 5. Just, but this place is a dream factory. Or, but this place is a dream factory. It just, what? Brother, you're mocapped. Come on. Do better. Legal Trouble. I love you, Ned Luke, but do better. Legal Trouble. Yeah. Yep, they take the movie. Molly takes the movie. She fucks off to the LSIA. Michael chases her. Yeah, there's a criminal after me. Ah! And then, he said, she said thing happens. She runs away from Michael as he's trying to get the movie. And she gets sucked into a whole ass jet engine. Wow! Just blended, straight up. Movie's dropped, but she's gone. Smoothified, as you could say. But yeah, she drops the movie. Then we grab it. We get out of there as Michael, depending on how you get out. Usually, I take the Luxor that's sitting right there. I think it's just a private jet. I don't think it's a Luxor, but I steal it and I get out before the cops can kill me because obviously the jet's not going to start up fast enough. But I try. Oh, I try. I get there. We get LSIA. She gets juiced in the jet engine. We grab the movie. I fuck off in the jet. I fly away. I lose the cops in the air, and then I parachute out. Then Solomon calls us. The hell just happened there? Weird. Anyway, Solomon calls us, telling us the whole time it wasn't analog, it was all on digital. I mean, we were shooting on green screen. You believe that analog thing? I mean, you could have told me. So her dying was all for naught? Wow. Just like some of the other missions in the game. that are just absolutely pointless. Like cleaning out the bureau. God, that is the most pointless mission in the entire game. I hate it. It should have been ranked lower, actually. Did I rank it lower? Where'd I put cleaning out the bureau in D tier. Man, I should have ranked it lower. I really don't like cleaning out the bureau. I don't know why I put it in D. But legal trouble. I don't like Molly. I find it funny that she did get juice in the jet engine. Michael's words, not mine. Don't like how we did find out that it was, we have it all digitally. So, oops. So, I think I might put legal trouble in C tier, because it's not amazing. You know, yeah, it's not amazing, but it's not great either, and it's super short. It's just a drive to the airport, pick up the movie, and go. Pretty much all it is. So, I'll put it in C tier. All right, Doting Dad. Doting Dad. Another one just like the one where we had to break Amanda out of the cop car because she was stealing jewels or whatever. Doting Dad. That's the one where Tracy calls us up talking about, oh, I'm being stalked by some dude in a purple convertible, man. And then Michael's like, all right, I'll help you. If the player chooses to do so. It's one of those choice missions. So I usually just choose to do everything. Why not? And I do that. You go there. It's really nothing. You just go to Tracy, and then you go to a couple locations that she is way too specific about. Like Cluck and Bell next to Crock-a-Hoop, the old construction site, go back up the hill and to the left, which actually did get the convertible to show. But it's just uncanny how specific she was about where he might be. And, it's just a mission of protecting your daughter. I mean, she thinks she's being stalked, which she is, because, it's Tracy. She's doing things. And, we got to stop the guy. And, depending on how way you do it, is the way that Tracy reacts when you take her home. So, Doting Dad, I would say, I go ugh whenever I see it available, whenever she calls me, because I know what's coming. I want to do the main story. I want to do the rest of it. And then I get Doting Dad, and then yeah, I'm sure I'm missing the one where we have to save Jimmy from the trolls. I just can't remember the name. But I'm sure somebody will correct me in the comments. Oh, so Doting Dad, I would put D for Doting. Fuck it, why not? All right, the Bureau Raid. All right, the whole reason why we stole from Chip Peterson. All right, the Bureau Raid. That's where we go in and this all depends on how you choose to do it. So if you choose to go in the firefighter way, then you have to steal a fire truck. And the whole reason why we took the janitor's equipment from Harvey Molina is for this mission right here. If you choose to do it the firefighter way. If you choose to do it the firefighter way, then you'll have to mop. Then cleaning out the bureau will become relevant. But dude, it can still be obsolete because Michael can just go to the ammunition and just buy another boiler chute like they did before. That just now occurred to me just now. Why couldn't they just go to ammunition and buy another boiler suit like they did for Blitz Play? Why'd they have to tell... Okay. I get it. It's because the ID on Harvey Molina, so that way they can use Harvey Molina's ID to get in. I get it. But... So yeah, the Bureau raid, let's just say we're going in the firefighter way. So we have to go in as Michael and mop, and while we're mopping, we plant 2 bombs, one in the bathroom and one in a locker system. And then once we do that, I hear tinnitus. I heard tinnitus. There was tinnitus going on over there. It wasn't my ears, it was the computer. For some odd reason. But, yeah, you gotta mop, plant a couple bombs, and then you get out, clock out because your cover was the janitor, and then you get out after you plant the bombs, and then you detonate said bombs, you hop in the fire truck with Franklin and said crew, and you act as firefighters putting out the fire, but in reality you're just stealing files. That's it. You're not doing anything to help the actual building. But that's not the point. The point is you're stealing files. But depending on who you pick, one of your crew members will die. If you're a firefighter, you should know, don't choose the bad guys. Because if you're a firefighter, you should know your crew is your biggest ally. I mean, I should know. But, that's why I get sad if I pick the wrong guy and he ends up dying. I'm like, damn. You never let your crew go into a room if you don't know what's in the next room. But yeah, you go in there, steal the files, get back out, let the fire do its thing, and then, if I'm not mistaken, you get away in an ambulance. No. You get away back in the fire truck, and you have a getaway vehicle already preset. So you go to said vehicle, you blow up the fire truck, and you'll get out. And that's the mission, pretty much. You just take Franklin back home, depending on who you're playing as, and that's it. Also, this is important to note that ever since Bury the Hatchet, Trevor has not wanted anything to do with Michael since the whole North Yankton thing and the Brad thing. So, Trevor has not been involved with anything up until the next mission. But, yeah, you just take Franklin home. They have a little conversation about what happened with Trevor and Michael and Brad and all that good stuff. They have their conversation. Well, technically, they had that conversation after Bury the Hatchet. But, yeah, they talk a little. They have a little fun. They have a little drink. And Michael says he has to square things up with Davey and Dickwad yet. Which, Dave and Steve. So, this is where the next mission comes in. But first, let's rank the Bureau raid. So the Bureau raid would probably go... I like it. It's fun. Depending on what you do, I'm not a big fan of mopping. But, depending on what you do... Bureau raid... I don't know. I gotta put it in good conscience. I gotta put it in A tier. I like the Bureau raid. The Bureau raid Shadow Legends. Okay, now, the wrap-up. One of my also favorite missions to do. Just because the whole shootout, the IAA, the FIB, fucking Merriweather shows up. Guess why? And it turns out Steve and Dave wanted to arrest Michael. I mean, surprise. And Michael's like, why? for every crime under the goddamn sun. Oh, let me for what? For every crime under the goddamn sun. Well, let me rephrase. Why? And then after their whole little back and forth, Merriweather and the IAA shows up. Agent ULP shows up. And then a whole shootout ensues. I mean, Dave, Michael, Merriweather, IAA, FIB, everybody's just shooting at each other. Fucking, you could just stay put while they shoot at each other. I mean, you can just watch them shoot each other. But, I mean, it'd be more efficient if you just shot everybody. But you go through there, guide yourself through all the bad guys, help Dave on the stairs because he's entangled with the bad guy too. And then you go further down the line, shoot some more people, and then you get in a little skirmish. And then guess who shows up? Oh, Trevor. He shows up with a sniper rifle, helps out Michael, and he's like, if anybody's going to kill you, old friend, it's going to be me. Love it. Oh, so Trevor helps them all out. Dave and Michael are all doing the shootout on the ground while Trevor's sniping. And then once they get everybody killed and all that good stuff, they get down to where all the cars are in the parking lot, and Trevor fucks off in his chopper before they shoot down his chopper and all that. And Michael fucks off, Dave fucks off. Michael's good. He doesn't really have to do anything for the IAA or the FIB ever again. Because he's done. So, I like the wrap-up. It's a good conclusion mission to the whole thing. To, like, the whole entanglement in the government thing. I like it. I like the wrap-up. The wrap-up is a solid A for me. I like it. And Steve gets shot in the same goddamn leg. I love it. All right. Lamar down. Oh. Lamar down. I've never been a fan of Lamar down. What's funny is when I was younger, I would see the green F show up at Franklin's house, and I would think it was Devin Weston telling him to pick his option, right? But no, it was just Lamar down. It was just Tanisha wanting to talk to Franklin about how Lamar got caught up with Stretch again, and yada, yada, yada. It was a botched deal again, and about how Lamar peeped out the sawmill when they went up there in the Mission Pac-Man, which was, God, that was a while ago, actually. But, jeez, Lamar, really? Would you just stop screwing around with Stretch? Seriously? He's not your friend. He's trying to get you further down in the ground. Like, why? Why? Lamar. Oh, so Lamar down. Tanisha comes in Franklin's house talking about Lamar's in trouble with the Ballas again. He's at some sawmill up near Paleto Bay. So Franklin's like, all right, I got a call to make. So Franklin calls Lester, and Lester's like, yo, can you do some like computer magic to like help me out, to like tell me what's up with Lamar and shit? Where's he at exactly? And he's like, can you also like call up Franklin? Can you call up Michael and Trevor? And Lester's like, Michael and Trevor aren't exactly still getting along. Tell him it's for me, dog. All right? So Michael and Trevor show up. They're all three at the sawmill to save the day for Lamar. And, of course, Michael and Trevor are bickering. Oh, man. And if we want Lamar to be rescued, why don't we invite him? Why do we invite Suede Bucks over here? Tell Trevor I said bite me. That's just too good. But, yeah, so they all pretty much save the day. Michael fucks off to a hill with his sniper. Trevor, if you choose to do so, Trevor goes and gets a bulldozer and he uses it. And he's like, "This is how you do a drive-by in the backcountry. Yeah!" Shit's so much. Shit's great. It's so amazing. And yeah, Trevor comes in with the bulldozer. Franklin comes in with his on foot. Michael's with the sniper, and they're all three flanking him pretty much. And then you got some jackass on the roof with an RPG. He's out. You got another guy with an RPG on the roof. He's out. Take the rest of them around the lumber. All right, they're good. Lamar should be on the left next to the red wall, next to the actual sawmill itself. Take out the guy next to Lamar, and you're good. Grab Lamar with whoever you're playing as, Trevor or Franklin. The dialogue will change, whoever you're playing as. And you get Lamar, you get out, shoot some more ballas, and you're good. I mean, Michael never gets to meet Lamar. Ever. Ever. I wonder if that was like a conflicting issue during shooting. If the voice of Lamar... I mean, I know what happened to the voice of Lamar. He had some other shit to do. That's why he wasn't in the middle of the game that much. He was only in the beginning and only in the end. And he got caught up in like legal business or whatever. That's why he wasn't in the middle of the game all that much. But that makes me wonder why, like, that makes me wonder if Ned Luke in the voice... I can't even remember the voice of Lamar's name. It makes me wonder if Ned Luke in the voice of Lamar has ever even met on set, because they've never officially met in game, so that makes me wonder if they've ever like met on set. So Lamar down basically just explained it. All three characters go to the sawmill. We got to shoot up some ballas, rescue Lamar, grab Lamar, and then Franklin and Lamar talk about how he was set up and Stretch setting them up and all that good stuff. I've never really been a fan of Lamar down. Never really. But I do like the fact that all three characters were there to help, which is very rare to see. So for that, I'm going to put in C tier. All right. Meltdown. I like how Rockstar didn't really get creative with their next name choice. We got Lamar down, and then we got Meltdown. Meltdown is interesting because it starts with Michael having to go to the Ponsonby's clothes store to buy a tuxedo, and then Jimmy had to rent a Stretch limo. Michael gets in the limo with Jimmy, and then they listen to Hood Gonna Love It. And then they go to the Oriental Theater on Vinewood Boulevard, because that's where the red carpet is for Meltdown. And on the way there, Michael gets a call from Devin Weston talking about, "Oh, you killed Molly? What happened to my lawyer? What happened to Molly? You heard Molly? Well, I'm going to do something to you, I guess." So Devin Weston does the call. Ow. I'm just marking up my whole body. Screw it. Why not? Devin does the call. And, yeah. Michael's just like, "Sorry. I didn't do that, but you don't threaten me." Type thing. And we get to the premiere, and we meet up with, like, Solomon. We even see Laszlo with all of his piercings taken out and his cut ponytail. Pretty cool. Pretty funny. And we meet Solomon, and Solomon's having a good old time telling us about the movie, and then he goes inside, and then we see Devin. Oh, we see Devin Weston. He basically tells us that he sent Merriweather to our house to fuck around with Tracy and Amanda. You might make that a little misconstrued, but by fuck around, I mean like take him hostage. So we have about 1 minute and 45 seconds to get back to Michael's house from the Oriental Theater, which really isn't that far. It's just a straight line on the left. So it's really easy. And you're in I think a Vaca anyway, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of cool. That's the only instance I've ever seen a Vaca in that game. Unless one of the vehicles you have to steal for the Epsilon program. But I don't remember. But we get in the vodka. I almost said vodka. I hate vodka. And then we get in the vodka, and then we go to Michael's house, and yes, there is Meriwether there, and they do have Amanda and Tracy hostage. So we have to use our quick time skills to shoot the guard that has Amanda, and then we go up the stairs, use our quick time skills again, shoot the guard that has Tracy, and then a little cutscene starts. We have a little more shootout going on. We have a shootout around the house. We have to go downstairs through the kitchen, out the back door, around the driveway, shoot some more people in the driveway, and go in the front door. And then we go back upstairs to our family. And then Michael he gets knocked out by one of the Meriwether guards. And then here comes Jimmy with a little a tool, let's just say. Knocks out the Meriwether guard and then proceeds to teabag. He proceeds to act like it's Call of Duty in 2012, and he proceeds to teabag Michael's face, thinking it was the Meriwether guard. Pretty great, pretty funny, shows the times. I mean, it makes sense. Teabagging was popular back then, during Call of Duty times, and GTA 5 came out in 2013. Makes total sense for the times. But that's fucking hilarious. That's great. And so the mission ends with all the Meriwether guards taken out, and it shows Michael at the pier on the phone with Lester, and he's like, "They came to my house, Lester. My house!" So they're talking about moving on the big one as fast as possible. So, alright, so let's just quickly run down and gist out this mission. So, Meltdown. You show up to the red carpet, you talk to some people, okay? Then you talk to Devin. He gives you a timer, basically, to get back to the house. Then you have a shootout. Save your family. Jimmy teabags you. And then that's it. That's the mission. Actually, it's not a bad mission. I find the whole thing funny, and I find it exhilarating because of the timer. So, honestly, I might put Meltdown in A tier. I've never thought about that before. I'm going to put Meltdown in A tier. Meltdown in A tier. All right. Oh. Oh, now we're getting to the big one. Oh. Now, there's two ways you could do the big score. You could go in subtly, but you'd have to soup up 3 gauntlets so that they'd be able to carry gold, and you would go in quietly, hence surveying the score. Give me a second. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, so Driller. No, we're talking about the big score. I'm skipping the setups because those are multiple setups and I don't care. But I know I did the earlier setups like that, but I don't know. I might do it that way. I may rank them on what's listed here, but I do know that if you go the subtle way, I went the loud way because it pays out the most. It gives you the most money at the end of the game. So that's what I want. So if you go subtle, you'd have to steal a whole bunch of gauntlets and soup them up, and then you'd use those gauntlets. And first of all, you're sneaking in. God, there is so much going on during the Union Depository. Spike strips. Yes. This is the one where you have to get the spike strips. You get the spike strips. We launch them down in a tunnel. That way nobody can see what we're doing to the bank trucks. We pop the tires of the bank trucks. Our crew comes in, quickly swaps the tires as we take the other drivers hostages. And we put those drivers into the van with the other guys with the pop tires. And then we get into the driver's seat with our disguises, with the outfits that we need. And then we go to the bank. I mean, we just act like we're the drivers. You know, we're collecting the gold. That's it. So we get to the Union Depository, and then we meet the bank manager. Yeah, we meet the bank manager. He leads us inside, and he basically tells us, take all we can carry. And anyway, we get the gold. We push it all out on the rolly things. We push all the gold out, and we put it in the green bank trucks. And since we've taken over the bank trucks, we're not taking them to where they're supposed to go. We're going to go all the way around town, outrun some Merriweather as Franklin hacks the traffic lights so that we can do it properly, and then we'll end up under an overpass where a Merriweather shootout inevitably happens. But luckily, there's not very much of them. So we get to the under the overpass, and Merriweather shows up as we're swapping the gold from the trucks to the gauntlets. And there's a big fat shootout between all three of us and Merriweather. So once we do that, we do all that good stuff. Then we got the gold into the we shoot up Merriweather, right? And then we put the gold in the gauntlets, and then we book it. We're gone, just like that. And then we got to outrun some cops as we're in the gauntlets. And then we go under a bridge where two semi-trucks are waiting for us, and we drive into the back of the trailers. Nobody's the wiser. So that's how that concludes. Just the gauntlets all driving into the back of the truck. Basically the way the jewel store job ended with the dirt bikes. It's exactly how the jewel store job ended with the dirt bikes getting into the back of the truck. In retrospect. Now that I'm talking about it, makes total sense. Which now it makes sense how that's kind of the more boring option. But if you go the loud way, then you'd have to steal a driller and a whole ass train. I'm telling you, man, the train is crazy. Because you gotta steal two pieces. You gotta steal the actual car and then the train itself. You gotta go in there, steal the train pieces, because that's what we're gonna use to plant the gold on. Because if you go in the loud way, we need a second helicopter and the chopper that Trevor already has, right? So since we already have those two choppers now, then we're going to use those choppers to hover over the construction site hole behind the Union Depository to lift up the gold that we use the driller for. We use the big fat driller thing to drill through the wall next to the vaults. We blow open the vaults, grab the gold out, put them in rolly things, and we're golden. Pun intended. And the gold gets put on the racks and gets airlifted out by the helicopters, and we have a shootout with Merriweather and the cops. Further, as Trevor and whoever you choose, I use the Martinez girl that you have to rescue out of the car near Paleto Bay. Can't remember her name. Taliana. I use Taliana Martinez always because she's the best driver. But yeah, the two helicopters come in, grab the gold, they screw off, while the rest of us, Chef, Packy McCreary, Michael, Franklin, are all in Trevor. No, Trevor's in the chopper. And they're all down there doing the shootout away from the cops and stuff. So as they do that, as they're shooting their way out, Trevor, Lester, and Taliana are all fucking off. They're all going back to where the train is. So that way they can put the gold on the train. That's why we needed the train. And surprise, surprise, old Lester comes out with a noob tube of all things, the fucking RPG. What? The noob tube? God, I haven't heard that term in so long. The noob tube. I love it. I haven't heard that in forever. And then Lester comes out with a fucking RPG, shooting out the rest of the Merryweather choppers. And then once we shoot them all down, we can plant down the gold into the train car, and then the train will go, and then that's it. Boom. That's the mission. I just explained the subtle way and the obnoxious way. I think my favorite is the subtle way, just because how sneakily we go into the Union Depository with the gauntlets, and we just straight up take the gold in front of the bank manager, and he literally says, "Take as much as you can carry." I love it. I love it. I put the big one. I gotta put the big one in the S tier. It just depends on which choice you take, though. I think no matter what choice you pick, it belongs in S tier. I love the big score. The big score is great. I'm going to name it as the big one, because obviously everybody knows what that one means. All right. We're down to the final 3. 2 technically not counting as canon. We are now down to the very last mission in the game. The third way. I love the third way. I don't know anybody who doesn't. I mean, it's the conclusion to the whole entire game. Like, you're taking out all of the people you were beefing with throughout the entire game. Stretch, Steve Haynes, Wei Chang, Wicheng, Wei Chang, Wei Chang. Stretch, Steve, Wei Chang. I'm missing one. Devin Weston. How could I forget? Old Mr. Weston? Man. So, the third way, technically, the choice A, B, and C, they all start out the same way. It starts out with Franklin in his house, and Devin shows up, and basically he wants Franklin to kill Michael. Now, later on, I did not mention this, earlier on in the mission, at the end of the mission, Lamar Down, Dave and Steve show up to Franklin and want him to take out Trevor. Now, in this mission, the third way, or just in general before you choose your choice, Devin shows up at Franklin's house wanting him to kill Michael. So now he has an ultimatum. Should he kill Trevor? Should he kill Michael? Or there's a third way. Should he not do any of that and have everybody in the goddamn state crawling up your ass? Devin's words, not mine. And Franklin's response was just as Devin was like, "Time's ticking, pal. Tick tock, tick tock." And your answer is... And then Franklin's just like, "Man, fuck you," and shuts the door in his face. It's a great scene. Great. But then the game gives you, the player, a choice. A, B, or C. A, kill Trevor. B, kill Michael. Or C, death wish. AKA, save everyone. That's the one we're going to explain first. Or should I start with the other two? Because they're not canon. I think I should start with the other two. Alright, Something Sensible. Something Sensible starts out basically the exact same way like I told you with Devin wanting Franklin to kill Michael with the ultimatum. But if you, the player, choose to kill Trevor, you choose choice B and you go the route that Steve wanted you to do, then you just call up Trevor. You meet him down at the oil derricks, and you have a little chat with Franklin's gun behind his back, and then he pulls it on him, and then he jumps in the truck, and you have a little car chase through the spaghetti roads for a second, and then you end up back where we started, fun fact. Back where we started, if not a little to the left. Yeah. We go all around. We go all around the map. Not all around. But we go through some spaghetti roads. Up the the Palomino Highway a little bit. And then we go to the National Office of Security Enforcement. And then we come back down the road to the Palomino Highlands. And then we go back down to the oil derricks where we started the mission at the conversation with Trevor, where he proceeds to crash into a gas tank trailer to a semi-truck or whatever, and proceeds to blow up his truck and catch on fire. And he's covered in gas, covered in petrol, covered in car juice. I don't fucking know. And fucking Trevor hits the gas tank, gets covered in gas, and then Franklin shows up with his gun. What's that about? Franklin shows up with his gun, aims at Trevor. Now this is where things get interesting. This is where things get absolutely wowzers. Because obviously, as the player, we see Franklin aiming at Trevor, right? Now, obviously, you could take the shot. You could go ahead and shoot Trevor and just end his misery. But what if you don't? What if you don't do that? What if you simply don't kill Trevor? Well, if you wait about 5 to 6 or 7 seconds, Michael will show up, and he'll do it. He will shoot Trevor so Franklin doesn't have to, which is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. So, Michael did have it in him the whole time to kill Trevor. So, huh. He just shoots Trevor. If you don't do it as Franklin, then Michael shows up and he does it. So, Michael does kill Trevor if you don't do it as Franklin. So, that's what I chalk it up to as. Michael ends up killing his own best friend. And that's something sensible. That's how it ends. Trevor's dead. Michael and Franklin walk off into the night, and that's that. I mean, Ron's wondering where everybody went. I mean, Ron's wondering where Trevor went. Even Jimmy's wondering where Trevor went. But that's the thing. It's kind of sad, not gonna lie. But that's what happens. He crashes into the gas tank. Michael shoots him, or Franklin, depending on what the player does. I let Michael do it. Michael shoots Trevor. He's dead in gas. Burns to death. Boom. Now, we need to rate it. I almost forgot to rank it. Something sensible. It is sad. It's kind of repetitive. And I'll explain why on the next mission. Something sensible should go in B tier. Because it's choice B. Is it not? No. That's killing Michael. It's choice A. I'm still putting something sensible in C tier. All right. Now, the time's come. Choice B. This is where we are given the choice to kill Michael. This is if Devin Weston got in Franklin's head, pretty much. So, like, immediately after that interaction, after he slams the door in Devin's face, Franklin would immediately choose to kill Michael after what Devin said. And the dialogue proves so later on when Franklin and Michael meet up for Franklin to do his little thing. So, Franklin calls Michael just the exact same way he called up Trevor. Basically, the two options play out the exact same way. But Michael's is a tad bit different and a little bit longer, in my opinion. Because you go out there and you meet Michael as Franklin out near the satellite dishes in Sandy Shores, next to the prison. You meet him out there, and then he pulls a gun on Michael, just like he did Trevor. And then he drives off in his car, then another car chase. And then this time we end up on a train track. He goes into the, what is it called? The Palmer-Taylor Power Station. That's what they end up at. They end up at the Palmer-Taylor Power Station. And then we end up on a big foot chase while Michael's going up the towers, going up the smokestacks, and all the catwalks and all that. And as he's going up, Franklin's chasing him with his gun while shooting at him. And obviously Michael's shooting back. And if you get shot, you get hit. Like, your health actually gets hit. Like, Michael is genuinely shooting at you. So, which is kind of eerie to think about, considering you work with him the entire game and even play as him. But, like, damn. And we're almost 4 hours in. That's wild. But luckily, we're almost done. But, yeah, another car chase ensues. It ends up on a train track. We end up at the Palmer-Taylor Power Station. And then we go up some catwalks, and Michael is, like, cornered at the top of a smokestack. And then Franklin corners him, and then they end up, like, in a fist fight or something, fighting each other, punching each other. And then Michael, like, gets thrown across the edge, thrown across the catwalk thing. And then Franklin has him by the hand as he's hanging down. Now, this is where things get interesting. It's giving you a choice to either drop Michael or save Michael. Now, obviously, if you choose to drop Michael, you drop him. He's dead. He goes flat on the ground. Now, if you choose to save Michael, he headbutts you and he still falls to the ground and dies. Which is kind of funny because that is his own choice. That's his choice to give the headbutt you and fall to his death. Just like it was his own choice to shoot Trevor when Franklin didn't do it. So in both instances, Michael has the final say, which is kind of interesting if you think about it. At the end of choice A and B, if you don't do anything, Michael gets the final say, and he still does the killing. No matter if it's to himself or to his friend, he still does the killing and he still makes the choice, which is really interesting that they had that link up like that. Now, let's rank it. Killing Michael, I like Michael better than Trevor. I really do. I like Michael better than Trevor. I like Trevor. I like all three characters. I just like Michael more. But, so it's very sad to see him die, especially the way he did, and seeing the blood come out of his nose and all that stuff. But I'd probably put it in B tier. It's either A or B. Which is I might put it in B tier because it's choice B. Why not? So the time's come. Time's come, put it in B tier. Keep using their own color. All right, now the final canonical mission to this entire game, the third way, choice C, Death Wish. Oh, this is great. I love this mission. It's amazing. It's so great. It's so cool. Okay, so it more or less starts out the exact same way as the other two, with Devin showing up at his door, giving him the ultimatum. And then Franklin's like, you know what? No, I'm choosing choice C. I'm not killing Michael, and I'm not killing Trevor. So what we're going to do, I'm going to call Lester. So he calls up Lester. He meets him up at his house. He talks to Lester for a little bit. Lester cooks up a plan. You know, he's cooking. Let him cook. Right? And then Lester was doing a little brainstorming. He was looking on the computer. And he was like, wait a minute. Devin Weston owns 11% of Merriweather, right? So if we told him where the gold is being melted down, then maybe he might send his private army to come stop us and we can take him out. And then we can go to Devin and turn it into a bust. And maybe if we bring Merriweather and then we call like the FIB or the IAA or something and they come by, we can turn it into like a bust. It's great. It's amazing. Yeah. They would love to capture the bullion that we just lifted. So Lester cooks up that plan. Bro's like, all right, we'll turn it into a bust. I'll call Michael and Trevor. I know they're not getting along, but it's for you, buddy. Just like Lamar down. Then he calls out Michael and Trevor, gets him to gets them both to go to the foundry where they're melting down the gold. And they have their little bickering. They got guns pointed at it. It's just like Bury the Hatchet all over again. They got guns pointed at each other. It's a whole dealio. It's like, dude, but they got the guns pointed at each other. And then Franklin comes in and says, "Why am I risking my ass for y'all ass if y'all are just gonna kill if y'all just gonna kill yourself? Man, if y'all don't chill out, I'll put a bullet in both of you motherfuckers." Which isn't far off from the other two choices, but wow, scarily accurate. Yeah. So then we're just we wait on Michael and Trevor to stop bickering and aiming a gun at each other. And once they do, Franklin kind of orders them to go to a specific spot in the foundry. Like, Michael, you stay right here. I'm gonna go over there. You go over there. And so they do. Trevor goes above the office area. Michael stays where he is with a sniper, and Franklin goes on a catwalk for some damn reason. Or right under the catwalk, right where the Merriweather guards are going to come up. But, yeah, the Merriweather guards come in. They're all waiting for the guards to come in. And as soon as the guards start coming in, that's when you start guns a-blazing. Give me a second. So they come in guns blazing. Here comes Merriweather coming through the foundry plant, right, where we're melting down our gold that we just stole from the big one. More and more. More and more keeps showing up. More and more Merriweather. More and more IAA. More and more whatever. I think it's just mostly Merriweather at this point. But, Merriweather shows up. We have to take them all out. Michael, Trevor, Franklin, and Lamar just magically poofs out of existence, I guess. Just decides not to exist in the code anymore or whatever. But, I mean, Lamar just kind of poof. And once all the Merryweather guards are taken out, they regroup at the big yellow doors outside the foundry. And they start talking about who they need to take out next. So they call Lester. And once they call Lester, then they ask about the whereabouts of Wei Chang, W-I-C-H-E-N-G, Wei Chang, Wei Chang. And then Stretch and Stretch, huh? Listen, his real name is Harold Joseph. All right, let's see what I can do. So we got to get Stretch, Wei Chang, and they need to figure out where Steve Haynes is. And then after they figure out that, then he'll tell them where Devin Weston is. So we do that. We learn the whereabouts of Stretch, Wei Chang, and Steve Haynes. Of course, I do it from the least important to the most important, so I'm taking out Stretch first. Hell, I think honestly, well, I do Stretch first because it's the closest. I mean, you just go to the basketball court as Michael, so you might as well just do that first. And then after you take out Stretch, you can go to Trevor. I mean, go to Franklin, and then you go up to Chumash, go up to the that country club where in online you actually you give the phones to Dr. Dre or whatever, or you drop Dr. Dre off in online, and you can blow up all three of the cars with sticky bombs or RPGs or whatever. You can get that shit done in 2 seconds. I mean, they have an objective. It tells you to do it a specific way, but it's eh. It's eh. But, yeah, you get there as Franklin. You blow up Wei Chang. First, shoot Stretch in the back of the head at the basketball court. Then blow up Wei Chang at the country club, and then go to Trevor, and then it'll give you the prompt to kill Steve Haynes, which is really interesting to do, actually, because if you're as Trevor, there's 2 separate ways you can kill Steve. You could do the classic way and snipe him while he's recording his show on the Ferris wheel, or you could be a little extra with it and use an RPG and shoot it at both of them and just kaboom! Because if you were to snipe him, then the cameraman would be like, the guy, he shot him! You know, what's his name? He shot him! And then if you shot an RPG at him, it would blow both of them up, skipping the cutscene, and it would just show both of them falling out of the carriage. So, yeah. That's that very satisfying kill, too. I mean, it's while Steve is recording his show. Very satisfying kill. And then Stretch, Wei Chang, and Steve are all taken out. That leaves Devin Weston. So Lester gives them a whereabouts of where he is. He's still in his freaking Tongva Hills mansion, which we can own later on. Gives us directions to the Tongva Hills mansion as Trevor. We drive up there as Trevor, and then we shoot up a few Merryweather guards. I mean, you can go in sneaky. Usually I try to go in sneaky, but I botch it every time. Skill issue, I know. But you know what? If you're found, then who cares? Just shoot them up. Whatever. Then yeah, you get to Devin. Once you shoot off all the Merryweather guards, you get to Devin. And then he's in his trunk, his little chest thing. And then Trevor grabs him out of the chest. And then he's like, wait. And Trevor's like, no more talkie. I love that. That's my favorite line almost out of the whole mission there. Just no more talkie. And then he kidnaps Devin, shoves him in the back of his own tornado car, and then drives to, where is it? What's that place called? Oh, I don't think there's a name for it, actually. It's in North Chumash. It's in Mount Chiliad State Wilderness. It's on the left side of the map. It's on the left side of the map. It doesn't help. My camera's flipped, so that's nice. So yeah, he drives Devin up into North Chumash, down to a cliff, and then he waits on Franklin and Michael to get there, and all three of them push the car into the water. And then give it about 2.5 seconds, and the car explodes. Nice touch. And that's the game. That's Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, it's all just... Long story short, the game wouldn't exist. Michael wouldn't have met really any of them if it wasn't... Actually, you know what? He still would have met Franklin. He still would have met Franklin if it wasn't for Amanda cheating on him with the tennis coach. But technically, that was Jimmy's fault. If it wasn't for Jimmy, then Michael and Franklin would have never met. So, and if it wasn't for Amanda cheating on Michael with the tennis coach, then Trevor never would have found out about the jewel store job. Or, the jewel store job wouldn't even be a thing because he never would have even pulled the house off the hill. Never would have pulled the house off the hill. Madraza never would have found out. Madraza never would have found out. Never would have needed money. Never would have needed money. Never would have robbed the jewel store. Never would have had robbed the jewel store. Trevor would never find out. Trevor would never find out. Then he never would have showed up at LS, and Michael would have been okay. Could have lived his life like normal. It's just a whole progression of just inclining dangerosity of what's going on. It's so wild. Oh, man. So, that was our ranking. So, let's see what we got. Whew! So much. Got so much. Full page, guys. Holy shit. So, in S tier, we got Hood Safari, Bury the Hatchet, Kaida Libre, and the big one, or the big score. And in A tier, we got Marriage Counseling, Three's Company, Blitz Play, Meltdown, The Polito Score, Fresh Meat, Fame or Shame, Crystal Maze, Bureau Raid, and The Wrap Up. In B tier, we have The Prologue, Friend Request, By the Book, I Fought the Law, Monkey Business, Minor Turbulence, The Merryweather Heist, and The Times Come. Tier C is Chop. A lot of them here. A lot of them. I am very cynical on these, apparently. And Tier C, we have Chop, Complications, Daddy's Little Girl, Carbine Rifles, Mr. Phillips, The Long Stretch, Friends Reunited, Dead Man Walking, Mr. Richards, Eye in the Sky, Deep Inside, Derailed, Predator, Construction Assassination, Pac-Man, Legal Trouble, Reuniting the Family, Lamar Down, and Something Sensible. That's all B tier. I mean, that's all C tier. It's all C tier. Now for D tier. Probably in second place for the most. Oh, time for D tier. Okay. Franklin and Lamar, Repossession, Casing the Jewel Store, BZ Gas Grenades, Bugster's Van, Father-Son, Trevor Phillips Enterprises, Nervous Ron, Hotel Assassination, Multi-Target Assassination, Tow Truck, Trash Truck, Vice Assassination, Bus Assassination, Polito Score Setup, Military Hardware, Hang 10, Cleaning Out the Bureau, Doting Dad, Surveying the Score, in Architect's Plans. That's all D tier. Now for F tier. Not a lot, actually. There's a lot, but not a lot. Alright. For F tier, we have The Good Husband, Scouting the Port, Mini Sub, Boiler Suits, Masks, Did Somebody Say Yoga, and Ballad of Rocco. 2 of those I know in F tier belong in F tier, and that's Scouting the Port and Did Somebody Say Yoga. The rest of them are opinion. But I know every GTA player in history hates Did Somebody Say Yoga in Scouting the Port. I'm telling you. And that's our list. That's our ranking. It took us freaking 4 hours to rank every main mission in Grand Theft Auto 5. It was daytime when I started. It is now nighttime. Well, this was fun. Hope I can do it again. I'll probably do it again with either the Strangers and Freaks missions or, hell, I may do it with another totally different game. I may do it Pixar movies. Who knows? We got to get a script for that one. All right. Well, I hope you guys liked it. Fucking like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell to get notified. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye-bye.